I thought I knew what solitude felt like, until that night. Miles from the nearest road, just me, the trees, and the dark that pressed in like a living thing. They say the woods are peaceful if you listen closely. But sometimes, if you really listen, you'll hear what doesn't belong. This is true my solo camping trip in the deep woods. A real story about one night that should have ended differently. My name is Ray Donovan, and I've camped alone for most of my adult life. It isn't bravery. It's the quiet that draws me. The kind that presses against your ribs until you start to hear your own pulse. I work in Asheville as a graphic designer, which means 10 hours a day, sitting in a square room full of colors I didn't choose. Once or twice a month, I load my gear into the back of my Subaru and drive into Pisgah National Forest. I know the rules: leave a note, check the weather, tell someone your coordinates, pack bear spray, hang your food, respect the land. I've done it enough times that the ritual feels like muscle memory. Routine is what keeps you safe. This trip started like any other. Early May, still cool enough at night that the bugs weren't bad. I parked at the trailhead near Looking Glass Rock, signed the permit sheet, and hiked in a few miles with my pack and tent. My plan was to camp by the creek, near Shining Rock Gap, for 2 nights, do some photography, maybe write in my journal. I like to keep a log of every trip date, weather, gear used, mood. It sounds obsessive, but it's helped me notice patterns. How I sleep better after rain, or how wind through rhododendron sounds different depending on direction. I set up camp in a small clearing off, trail ringed by laurel and hemlock. My tent, a forest, green 2-person REI, sat perfectly level on a soft bed of pine needles. I boiled water for tea and watched the sun fade through branches. That first night, I remember thinking how ordinary everything felt. Ordinary and peaceful. I wrote in my journal before bed, first night. Forest quiet except for one barred owl. Feels right to be back. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke to a sound that didn't fit. Not animal, not wind. It was the dry shuffle of fabric, like nylon brushing nylon. My brain cataloged it as someone adjusting their tent in the dark. I sat up, unzipped my sleeping bag slowly, and listened. The forest outside was still, the kind of still that eats up echoes. I waited a minute, then 2. Nothing. I told myself it was the wind catching the rainfly, though there hadn't been wind. Eventually, I drifted back to sleep. Morning light came sharp through the mesh. Mist hung over the creek like gauze. I stepped outside barefoot, stretching, feeling the cool earth between my toes. Everything looked untouched. My gear, the coals from my small fire, the bare bag still tied high. I brushed off the thought from the night before. The forest plays tricks on you when you're half awake. After breakfast, I decided to explore a bit farther upriver. Pisgah has countless offshoot trails, old ranger roads that vanish into switchbacks and deer paths. I kept my compass and GPS handy. About an hour in, I noticed how quiet the forest had become again. No bird calls, no insects. It was mid-morning. Full daylight, but it felt paused. The air itself seemed thicker. That's when I saw it. A small clearing maybe 30 yards ahead. A faint glint of metal through the trees. My first thought was another camper, though it was odd to find someone this far off any marked trail. As I stepped closer, I realized what I was seeing wasn't just another tent. It was my tent. Same green color, same model. Same small tear on the rear seam I'd patched last year. I stopped 10 feet away. My pulse jumped. It had to be a coincidence. Lots of people bought the same gear. But even the position of the tent door, facing southeast to catch morning sun, mirrored mine exactly. The clearing was nearly identical too, same size, same pattern of flattened grass, where someone had laid a ground tarp. There were boot prints, faint but visible, leading from the tent toward a small fire pit of cold ash. I called out, "Hello." No answer. The forest stayed silent. I stood there debating whether to approach. My mind flipped through explanations. Maybe another hiker had passed through and used the same model tent. Maybe I was misjudging the shape through shadows. But there was something about the way the guy lines were staked, the tautness of the rain flea. Details that felt personal, specific. I know how I pitch my tent. A little tighter on the right side, to keep rain from pooling. This one had that same slight pull. Curiosity overrode sense. I walked closer, boots pressing into damp earth. The zipper was half open, the fabric shifting slightly in the breeze. I crouched and peered inside. At first glance, it was just a standard camp setup. Sleeping bag, small cook kit, folded jacket. But then my eyes landed on something that froze me solid, a red field notebook, sitting on top of a closed sleeping bag. My field notebook. The same brand, same size, with the corner chewed from where my old dog had gotten hold of it years ago. I reached in slowly and picked it up. My initials, RD, were written in black Sharpie on the inside cover. The pages were filled with my handwriting, the same loopy letters, the same black gel pen ink. I flipped to the last page, dated 2 nights ago, and read the last line I'd written. Feels right to be back. But below it, there was more. Half a line I hadn't written. I knew I hadn't. Cut off mid-sentence. The pen trailing off as if yanked away. The words read, "If anyone finds this, don't." The line stopped there. No punctuation, no closure. The rest of the page was blank. I stared until my eyes blurred. Every rational part of my mind screamed, there had to be an explanation. Maybe I'd lost an old notebook on a previous trip. Maybe someone found it and thought it'd be funny to set this up. But the timing, the tent, the placement, it was too deliberate. I backed out slowly, notebook in hand. My fingers trembled. I scanned the ground again. The prints were faint, but they looked small. Not child small, but smaller than my boots, narrower. The same boot tread pattern, though. The same brand I wore. The sun had shifted, shadows crawling across the clearing. I felt exposed, as if eyes watched from just behind the tree line. The stillness pressed in again, the same way it had that morning, like the air itself held its breath. I forced myself to walk back the way I came, checking my compass every few minutes. But something felt off in the terrain. The trail back seemed steeper, the creek farther east than it should have been. I told myself it was just disorientation. Forest paths looked different from different angles. I pushed through brush, recognizing landmarks. A split birch, a boulder with orange lichen. Until finally, after what felt too long, I saw the glint of my own camp stove through trees. Relief hit so hard I nearly laughed. My tent stood exactly as I'd left it. I ducked inside and sat down on my sleeping bag, the red notebook still clutched tight. My hands left sweat marks on the cover. I flipped through the pages again. Everything matched, even my shorthand notes about weather and trail markers. There was no way it could be forged so perfectly. I don't post my journals online. Don't share photos of the pages. I kept glancing toward the entrance flap, half expecting movement outside. When I finally zipped it shut, the sound of the zipper felt too loud. The rest of the afternoon blurred. I tried to eat, couldn't. Tried to write in the journal, couldn't bring myself to touch it again. By sunset, my nerves had settled just enough to consider packing up and hiking back to the trailhead. But it was a long trek in fading light. Better to stay one more night, I told myself. Whatever this was, prank, coincidence, I'd deal with it in daylight. That night, I stayed awake longer than usual. I kept my headlamp on, its beams soft against the tent fabric. Every sound seemed amplified. Leaves shifting, water gurgling, the distant call of a night bird. Around 1 a.m., just as I began to doze, I heard it again, that soft nylon whisper. The same sound as before. Only this time it came from much closer. I held my breath. The noise brushed past my tent wall. One slow drag of fabric, like someone running a hand along the outer seam. I reached instinctively for my knife, heart hammering. The sound moved toward the door, paused, then stopped completely. I didn't move for what felt like an hour. Eventually, exhaustion won. My muscles ached from tension. When dawn light finally reached the tent, I unzipped the flap with shaking fingers. The clearing outside was undisturbed. No footprints, no torn foliage. My bear bag still hung high, untouched. It could have been another dream, except for one thing. Just a few feet beyond my fire pit, there was a small indentation in the soil. A perfect oval, exactly where the heel of my own boot would fall if I were standing there. But the print was facing my tent, like someone had been standing there all night watching. And as I turned back toward my tent to grab my gear, my stomach dropped. The red notebook wasn't where I'd left it. It was gone. Morning in Pisgah usually feels forgiving. Pale light through mist. The sound of water somewhere nearby. Birds re-entering the world one note at a time. But that morning, everything looked like it had been arranged slightly wrong. The air was heavier. The colors felt muted, as if the forest had paused and refused to restart. The first thing I did was check the ground again. The print was still there, the heel facing my tent, and next to it, a faint scuff, like something had turned mid-step. I crouched and ran my fingers along the edge. Fresh, the soil still held a hint of warmth from the night. My instinct was to pack up and go, but leaving meant retracing the path, past that second clearing, and the thought made my throat tighten. My map was rolled on the camp chair beside my pack. I spread it across my knees, tracing the route back to the trailhead. If I cut east toward the ridgeline, I could rejoin the main trail and bypass the creek entirely. It would add maybe 2 miles, but I'd be back at the car by evening. I kept glancing around while I broke camp, every zipper too loud in the stillness. The red notebook was gone, but my other gear was untouched: stove, sleeping bag, clothes. Whoever or whatever had been there hadn't taken anything else. By 8 a.m., I was on the move. My boots pressed the trail in a steady rhythm, the weight of the pack grounding me. Every so often I checked my compass, making sure I held a northeast line. The morning fog began to thin, revealing slopes of spruce and pine that rolled endlessly outward. It was beautiful, in the way that isolation sometimes tricks you into awe. After an hour, I stopped to drink water and rest. I hadn't seen another person since I'd entered the forest 2 days before. No hikers, no rangers. The quiet began to feel less like peace and more like neglect, as if the world had forgotten this pocket of land existed. Then, just as I tightened the strap on my pack, I heard a sound, faint, rhythmic, metal on metal. I turned, scanning through trees. It was distant but distinct, maybe 100 yards off. A zipper being opened and closed, again and again. I told myself it could be anything. An animal brushing gear, wind through a buckle. Still, my hand went to my knife. I waited until the sound stopped, then forced myself forward. I wasn't far from the ridgeline now. Once I hit higher ground, I'd get a clear line of sight back toward the main trail. The climb was steeper than I remembered. The path wound between moss, slick rocks, and fallen trunks, everything damp and fragrant. I lost my footing once and grabbed at a branch to steady myself. That's when I saw something through the trees below. A flash of green canvas. My chest went cold. I didn't want to look, but my body moved before my mind could veto it. I descended a few yards, pushing through low brush, and there it was, another clearing. Another tent, identical. Every line, every fold of fabric the same as mine. Even the small duct, tape patch on the back corner. I stood frozen, half hidden behind a tree. The smell of earth thick in my nose. The door flap hung open. Inside, I could see a sleeping bag laid out, a metal mug beside it. I whispered, "Is anyone there?" The words disappeared into the trees. Nothing moved. No reply. I circled the edge of the clearing slowly, keeping distance. There were boot prints here too, faint but visible. The same tread pattern as before. Some facing away, others toward the tent. They overlapped. Impossible to tell how many or how recent. Part of me wanted to turn and run, to leave whatever this was behind. But something else, maybe the same instinct that made me document every trip, pushed me closer. I needed to see, to prove it wasn't what it looked like. The inside of the tent smelled faintly of smoke and soap. Everything was arranged with the same precision I used. Even the folded jacket at the foot of the sleeping bag. I crouched, scanning for that notebook, but this time there wasn't one. Instead, a camera rested on top of the pack. My camera. The strap was frayed in the same place where I'd melted it years ago near a campfire. I picked it up and pressed the power button. It came on instantly, battery nearly full. My heart thudded. The last photo on the screen showed my campsite from last night. Taken from the tree line, angled slightly down toward my tent. My knees went weak. I flipped through the next few images. Each one was closer, as if whoever held the camera had approached inch by inch while I slept. The final image stopped me cold. It was me, lying inside my tent, asleep. The photo was sharp, taken from just outside the entrance, the flash off. My hair fanned across the pillow, mouth slightly open, unaware. I dropped the camera. It hit the dirt with a dull thud. My mind refused to form thoughts beyond go. I backed away, nearly tripping over a root, and bolted uphill. Branches whipped my arms, my lungs burned, but I didn't stop until I reached the ridge. I turned, panting, expecting to see movement behind me. The clearing below was empty. The tent still sat there, silent and neat. I stayed on the ridge for a long time, trying to slow my breathing. I told myself I'd go straight down to the trail, follow it out, drive until Asheville lights appeared in the rearview. I didn't care about leaving gear behind. I just needed to be out. By afternoon, I'd found the trail again. Relief surged, shaky and raw. I walked fast, too fast, tripping more than once. My thoughts came in fragments. Someone following, watching, copying, but none of it fit cleanly. Who would go through that effort? How would they know every detail? At some point, I realized the light had shifted wrong. The sun, which should have been behind me, was filtering through trees to my left. I stopped, checked the compass. The needle pointed northwest. My stomach dropped. I'd been veering off course without noticing. I forced myself to breathe. Pisgah's terrain can bend perception. Trails curve tighter than you think. I adjusted direction and kept moving. Another 30 minutes passed before I came upon a small creek. Not the one near my original campsite, but close enough that I recognized the shape of the rocks. I followed it downstream, certain it would merge with the main waterway. And then, just ahead, I saw movement. A figure stepping from behind a tree. For one instant, I thought it was a ranger. The posture, the pack, the neutral colors. I opened my mouth to call out, but the figure didn't move toward me. It stood still, half-turned, the sun cutting its face into shadow. Something about the way it held itself was wrong. The stillness wasn't human. I blinked, and when my eyes refocused, it was gone. I don't remember running, but I must have. The next clear thing I recall is stumbling into another clearing and seeing my tent again. Not the second one. Not the one from before. Mine. Same tarp. Same cooking gear still unpacked beside it. Except I'd been hiking away from it for nearly 6 hours. I knew that for certain. The angle of the slope, the position of the creek. This was impossible. I stood there, chest heaving, trying to piece logic together. Maybe I'd looped back somehow, a massive circle through terrain that looked different in daylight. It could happen. Disorientation was real. I told myself that over and over. But then I noticed something near the tent entrance. My red notebook lying in the dirt. I dropped to my knees and picked it up. The cover was damp, the corner pressed with a faint boot print. I flipped to the last page again. The final line still ended mid-sentence. If anyone finds this, don't. Below it, new handwriting, mine, unmistakably mine, scrawled in the same ink. I tried to leave. I stared until the words blurred. My throat closed. I flipped back through the earlier pages, hoping it was a trick of memory or fatigue. But every line was exactly as I'd written it. Same tone, same rhythm. The forest around me hummed with insects again, faint but returning, as if sound had been restored. I felt dizzy, lightheaded. I wanted to believe it was exhaustion, dehydration, anything rational. I sat by the fire pit, clutching the notebook, and forced myself to write something new, something to anchor myself. May 12, 6:47 p.m., back at original camp. Must have lost direction. Going to rest. Leave at dawn. The pen stuttered in my grip, ink pooling in spots. My handwriting shook like a stranger's. I built a small fire as the light dimmed. I kept the camera beside me, afraid to turn it on again. I listened to every rustle, every creak. As darkness fell, I tried to convince myself I'd simply been careless, that the identical tent and gear had been some improbable coincidence. But the weight in my stomach wouldn't let go. When night fully settled, I zipped myself inside the tent and turned off the lamp. The forest breathed outside, steady and low. For the first time in years, I wished I weren't alone. Somewhere past midnight, I woke to a sound that froze me completely. Not footsteps this time, not nylon brushing. It was the faint click of a camera shutter. Once. Then silence. I didn't move. I couldn't. The next sound came softer, the whir of a lens adjusting focus. I didn't breathe. The air inside the tent grew sharp, thin. The sound had been unmistakable. A shudder, not loud, but crisp enough to slice through every excuse my mind tried to build. My first instinct was to convince myself it It was something mechanical. A branch snapping, fabric popping from temperature change. Anything but what it had sounded like. I kept my eyes on the thin glow of the tent wall. Beyond it, darkness held its shape, full of unspoken things. My lamp was off, but the moonlight outside filtered through the nylon in faint patterns. If someone stood there, I'd see the shadow. Nothing moved. Minutes stretched until I stopped counting. I tried to listen for breathing outside, but all I caught was the low hum of the forest resuming. A night insect, a slow creak, a whisper of wind. It should have been comforting. It wasn't. Eventually, the human part of me that demands proof won. I eased my hand toward the zipper and unlatched it millimeter by millimeter, so slow it barely made a sound. When the flap opened enough for me to see, I held my breath and scanned the clearing. Empty. The fire was a faint ring of coals, pulsing in red intervals. My pack leaned where I'd left it. The trees around the clearing stood still as columns, but the camera was gone. I crawled out and crouched beside the fire pit, eyes adjusting. The patch of dirt where the camera had sat showed a fresh mark. A small, neat impression, like the weight of something lifted moments ago. I felt my pulse hammer against my ribs. That was the moment my fear turned practical. No more questions, no more waiting for logic to catch up. I grabbed my flashlight, shoved the notebook into my jacket pocket, and started moving. I didn't even pack the tent. I just left. The forest swallowed the beam of light almost instantly. Branches scraped my sleeves, the beam bouncing off bark and stone. Every few minutes, I stopped to listen. Not for footsteps, but for the absence of them. The worst kind of fear isn't in what you hear. It's when you realize you can't. I aimed toward where I thought the ridge trail would be. The compass needle shook with each step, but at least it was direction. I followed it, focusing on the rhythm of walking 1, 2, breathe, repeat. Anything to stay out of my head. After maybe 20 minutes, I saw a faint orange glow ahead. Relief and dread tangled in my chest. Firelight meant people, maybe help. But in this forest, at this hour, it could just as easily mean something else. I moved closer, keeping low. Through the trees, a clearing opened, a tent, a small fire burning low beside it. I froze, stomach dropping. It was my tent. No, not mine. The same model, the same setup, the same layout as before, precise down to the placement of the fire pit. But this time, there was motion. A figure sat beside the flames, its back to Lear. The posture was familiar. Knees drawn, shoulders slightly hunched, the way I sit when writing. I watched for maybe 10 seconds, unable to make myself step closer. The person lifted something, a notebook, and began to write. That was when I realized they were using a flashlight under their chin, the same brand I owned. The same small tear in the strap, even. My throat went dry. I whispered before I could stop myself. "Hey!" The sound came out too soft to travel. But the figure paused. Slowly, its head turned. Just enough that I saw the profile. The light from the fire caught the side of their face. It was my face. I don't remember making a sound, but something in the forest flinched. A night bird cried once and went silent again. My body reacted before my brain did. I stumbled backward, caught a root, fell hard against the dirt. The flashlight flew from my hand and rolled. When I scrambled to grab it, the clearing was empty. The fire still burned, but no one sat beside it. The tent flap was open. I didn't look inside. I couldn't. I turned and ran, full sprint through underbrush, branches tearing at my clothes. I didn't think about direction anymore, only distance. After what felt like forever, I burst out onto a gravel service road. My knees buckled, gravel scraping my palms as I fell. The sight of tire ruts and old footprints was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. I followed them downhill, flashlight beam shaking with each step. Half an hour later, I saw headlights cutting through the fog, a Ranger truck crawling up the road. I waved both arms until it stopped. The man inside, older, calm, the kind of steady presence that feels like rescue, rolled down his window and frowned. "You all right, miss?" I nodded too quickly. I got turned around. "My camp's up there." I gestured vaguely toward the woods. He looked me over, taking in the scratches, the mud. "You've been out overnight." "2 nights," I said. I found something. Someone's been in my camp." He stepped out, flashlight slicing through fog. "You're not the first to say that." That sentence landed like a stone. "What do you mean?" He shrugged, eyes scanning the trees. "We'll get reports sometimes. People hiking solo. Say they come across gear that looks like theirs. A tent, supplies, even clothes. Always turns out to be mix-ups or old camps left behind. This forest plays tricks with your bearings." I opened my mouth to argue but couldn't. He wasn't being dismissive, just certain. A man who'd seen too many explanations to believe in coincidence. He drove me back to the ranger station. The clock inside read just after 3 a.m. I filled out an incident form. Name, date, location. Brief description. When I mentioned the identical gear, he nodded slowly but didn't write it down. When I described the photos, he paused, pen hovering. "You still have the camera?" I shook my head. "It's gone." He sighed through his nose. "That happens. Thieves sometimes camp out, watch for hikers. Take what they can." That explanation was safe, contained. But it didn't explain the writing in my journal, or how I'd found my own words waiting for me. By dawn, I was driving home. My hands stayed locked on the steering wheel the whole way. The highway out of Pisgah cut through fog, long ribbons of gray that didn't seem to move. I pulled over twice just to breathe. When I got home, I left my gear in the car and went straight to the shower. The water ran red with dirt. I stood there until it turned cold. It took me a week to unpack anything. When I finally did, I found the red notebook tucked inside my jacket pocket. The same one I'd written in before leaving the tent. I didn't remember putting it there. Every page looked the same as before, except for the last one. The handwriting had faded slightly, but a new line had appeared beneath the rest, pressed into the paper in faint indentation, as if written without ink. "You made it back." No signature, no ink. Just the pressure of words, deep enough to catch light when you tilted the page. I stopped camping after that. I told myself it was temporary, just until the nerves passed. But months later, every time I closed my eyes, I'd see that clearing. The symmetry of it, the perfection. I'd feel the dirt under my hands, smell the faint smoke. I'd think of the way that figure's head turned, how familiar the movement had been. Some nights, when I can't sleep, I scroll through old photos on my phone. Most are from that trip. Sunlight through moss, the curve of the creek, my tent glowing faintly at dusk. I know I should delete them, but I can't. A few weeks ago, while looking through them again, I noticed something I hadn't before. In one of the early shots, a simple landscape of the clearing. There's a shape near the edge of the frame, half hidden behind a tree, blurred by focus. At first glance, it looks like a shadow. But when I brightened the image, the outline was clear. A person, standing with a camera raised. I zoomed in until the pixels broke apart. The camera was identical to mine. The strap hung with the same tier. The stance, shoulders slightly hunched, knees bent, matched my own posture exactly. And though the face was out of focus, one detail was clear. The person wore my jacket. I haven't been back to Pisgah since. Sometimes, when I walk past the car and catch my reflection in the window, I almost expect to see another version of myself standing behind me, waiting for the right light, the right angle, the right frame. I used to camp to find silence. Now I know the forest doesn't give silence. It only lends it, waiting to hear what you'll do with it. Some echoes don't fade. They just find new places to live. My name is Connor Lee, and I've been camping the Angeles National Forest every winter since college. I'm 31 now, old enough to have traded impulsive adventures for deliberate ones. But every December, when the trail's empty and the sky over the Sam Gabriel's turns that heavy, pewter color, I pack up and head north out of Los Angeles. It's not about escape so much as silence. In winter, the forest belongs to the cold and the wind, and for a few nights each year, I get to borrow it. This past trip started like all the others, deliberate, well-planned, safe. I picked a road off the Pacific crest. Spur near Chilao, a spot few hikers touch once the temperature dips below freezing. The trail there, what's left of it, snakes through charred pine stands and narrow gullies left from the station fire years back. Half the signs are gone, half the rest unreadable. It's not wilderness in the pure sense, but it's empty enough to feel like it. I left my car in a turnout off Highway 2, just after noon. The air bit sharp enough to sting, the kind that makes your breath look like smoke. My pack was 30 pounds even. Tent, bag, stove, and a small flashlight clipped to the strap. I never used to care much about lights. I'd build a fire and let the dark sit where it wanted. But 2 winters ago, I'd gotten turned around while gathering wood and spent 45 minutes convinced I was lost. Since then, I've kept light close. The first few miles were familiar, slopes brushed with frost, tall manzanita that scraped the wind like dry paper, the smell of creosote and cold soil. The only sound was my boots on the path and the occasional rush of air in the canyons below. It felt good to move again, to be somewhere that didn't hum with traffic or screens. I reached my chosen site just before dusk. A small clearing beneath a half-fallen cedar, about 100 yards off the old fire road. Setting up in winter is a race against light. I had my tent staked, stove lit, and dinner boiling as the sky slid from gray to violet. The first stars came out over the ridge, faint at first, then sharp. My flashlight beam cut through the thin mist that started to creep along the ground. That's when I noticed it. The sound. At first, I thought it was just wind threading through branches, a soft, uneven hiss that seemed to shift whenever I turned. But it wasn't constant. It came in phrases, rising and falling like breath. I turned off my flashlight to listen. The sound went quiet immediately. I waited, breath held, and then turned the light back on. The whispering, or what I thought of as whispering, started again, so faint it barely brushed the edge of hearing. It unsettled me more than I wanted to admit. Logic said it was wind, always wind. Sound does strange things in cold air. The temperature gradients make it bounce, distort. Still, The pattern had rhythm, something too deliberate. After a few minutes, I shook it off, chalked it up to fatigue, and went back to my meal. The night deepened. Temperatures fell into the low 20s, and frost gathered on the tent fly. I kept my flashlight within reach, its beam cutting a small, bright circle onto the tent wall. Every time I turned it off, I'd swear I heard that faint, breathy movement again, like someone murmuring a few yards away. I even unzipped the flap once, swept the beam around the clearing, and found nothing but my footprints and the long, clean stretch of snow, dusted dirt beyond. I didn't sleep much. Every creak and sigh of the forest sharpened my nerves. Around 3 a.m., I caught myself whispering back into the dark. What? Just to break the tension, and immediately felt stupid. When dawn came, it was thin and colorless, but the relief I felt was enough to make me laugh aloud. Daylight has a way of turning fear into a story. I told myself it had been the cold playing tricks on my senses. I packed light for a short day hike, leaving the tent standing, and followed a narrow side path that sloped down toward a dry creek. The snow was thin but crisp enough to record tracks: deer, rabbit, my own boot prints. About half a mile in, the whisper returned. This time it was clear, almost directional. I stopped, scanning the brush. The sound was coming from ahead, just beyond a boulder that jutted from the slope. The rational part of me knew it had to be air pressure through a fissure or hollowed root. But the cadence, it was like someone talking fast, too low to catch words. I walked toward it slowly, flashlight in hand though it was full daylight. As soon as I rounded the boulder, silence. Not a drop of wind, not a single sound from the pines above. The quiet hit so suddenly that my ears rang. I waited for the faint gust that should have followed, but nothing. I crouched and brushed the ground. The dirt there was oddly smooth, as if recently disturbed, and in the middle of it, I noticed a faint circular mark. Just a groove about the size of a dinner plate. I couldn't tell what made it. I took a picture on my phone, more out of habit than fear, and backed away. That night, I tried something different. I left the flashlight off completely, hoping to prove to myself that the whispers were tied to the beam, somehow. Feedback, refraction, whatever. The dark swallowed the tent instantly. The forest's usual noise, branches shifting, distant coyote calls, seemed to dissolve. Only my breathing and the steady thud of my heart remained. Then, just as I started to drift, I heard it again. Not wind, not the rustle of an animal. It was whispering close, low, directly outside the tent wall. The words were too soft to parse, but they had texture, like dry leaves dragged across fabric. I clenched my fists, forced myself not to move, and counted breaths. It went on for maybe 10 seconds, then stopped. I reached for my flashlight, thumb hovering over the switch, and hesitated. Something in me, the rational, self-preserving part, said not to do it. I turned it on anyway. The beam cut across the frost-covered ground. My tent sat clean and still, the trees perfectly ordinary. Nothing moved. But just beyond the light's reach, I caught a flicker, like dust kicked up or steam. When I stepped out to check, the ground was marked again. This time, not a circle. Words. Shallow grooves etched into the dirt, uneven but unmistakable, K-E-I-T-O-F-F. I stared for a long time, the flashlight trembling in my grip. The letters were fresh, crumbled soles still clinging at the edges. The handwriting, or carving, whatever it was, looked human, rushed. My immediate thought wasn't ghosts or curses, it was people. Someone was out here. That idea scared me more than anything else. Out here, miles from any trailhead, the only ones moving through the forest in winter were hunters or people avoiding notice. I swept the light around in slow arcs, checking every shadow, every hollow beneath the trees. Nothing. I stayed awake until sunrise, flashlight never leaving my hand. The moment the light broke, I packed up camp. Every sound in the trees felt like someone exhaling just out of view. When I finally hoisted my pack and looked down, I saw that the ground around the tent wasn't just marked in one spot. It was covered in overlapping trails, faint impressions of shoes or boots, circling the camp, dozens of them. I hadn't heard a thing. By the time I reached the fire road, the fear had hardened into something else, a focus. There had to be an explanation. Maybe a night hiker stumbled across me and decided to play a prank. Maybe it was animal burrows collapsing under frost. I repeated those possibilities all the way back to the car. But when I opened the door and saw the thin layer of dust across the windshield, disturbed in uneven strokes, letters traced by a fingertip reading the same 3 words, I stopped trying to reason it away. I just drove. And even as the forest fell behind and the city lights took over the horizon, I couldn't stop replaying that single, impossible pattern. Dark equals silence. Light equals whispers. Someone, or something human enough, wanted it that way. By the time I hit the foothills, daylight was already draining out of the sky. The city was a smear of amber haze below, the air turning warmer, thicker. The silence that had followed me down from the mountains didn't lift. It just changed shape. The highway noise felt like static after too long and quiet. I kept checking the rearview mirror. Habit, I told myself. But it was the reflection I couldn't stand. The beam of my flashlight had burned a faint afterimage behind my eyelids. Every blink brought it back, white circle, dirt, words. I pulled into my apartment complex around 7. The kind of stucco building that always smells faintly of laundry, detergent, and dust. My neighbor's Christmas lights still hung half, lit along the balcony, flickering like they were wired wrong. I carried my pack up and dumped it by the door and didn't turn on the lights. I wanted quiet, not brightness. The dark in a city feels different, softer, safer somehow. But I still hesitated before setting my flashlight on the counter. My phone buzzed. Text from my sister. "You back from your mountain thing yet?" I typed yeah. All good. Then deleted it and sent yeah. Home now. The floorboards creaked when I walked to the kitchen. Familiar sound, same as always. But underneath it, barely, was something else. A faint hiss, almost mechanical, coming from the direction of the balcony door. When I slid it open, cold air rushed in, but the noise stopped. The courtyard below was empty. A couple of lights glowed from other apartments, one TV flickering blue. No movement. I locked the door again and stood there, listening to my pulse in my ears. I unpacked to keep my hands busy. Stove, bag, tent, all fine. The flashlight, though, it wouldn't turn off. I clicked the switch 3 times, nothing. The beam had died during the drive, but now it pulsed weakly, dimming and brightening on its own. Loose contact, maybe. I set it aside and went to shower. When I came back 10 minutes later, the flashlight was dark again. Around it, on the counter's thin layer of dust, were half-moon shapes, tiny arcs pressed into the surface like someone had traced circles with a fingertip. I wiped them away. Maybe I'd done it unconsciously while moving things earlier. Sleep didn't come easy. Every time I started to drift, I'd hear something, barely there, like whispering through a vent. City noise plays tricks. There's always someone talking in another room. A TV muffled by walls. I told myself that, rolled over, and finally slipped under around 3 a.m. When I woke, light was filtering through the blinds. My phone showed 9:12. My first thought was relief, the night was over. Second was the beam of sunlight on the floor, cutting across a fine line of dirt, like someone had traced the edge of the rug with soil. I sat up fast. My boots were still by the door, clean. The pack hadn't moved. It wasn't much dirt, just enough to smudge. Maybe from the gear itself. Old soil shaken loose. I vacuumed it, then dumped the dust bag outside. But while I was bent over the trash bin, I caught a glimpse of the car parked in the far corner of the lot. A white pickup. Old, sun-faded. The kind I'd seen once or twice on the fire road up near Chillow. Maybe it was the same, maybe not. The thought lingered longer than it should have. By late morning, the city had thawed into its usual noise. I made coffee, opened my laptop, tried to answer emails. Work slid by in fits. Every small sound from the hallway made me look up. The elevator chime. A neighbor's dog scratching at a door. Someone knocking 2 floors down. I caught myself holding my breath each time. Around noon, I decided to check the photos I'd taken up there. Maybe I'd catch some clue in the frames. Tracks, shadows, something explainable. I transferred the files, clicked through them one by one. Frosted trees, creek bed, the circular mark in the dirt. The last image, the one I'd taken near the boulder, looked different now. The contrast seemed wrong, darker around the edges. When I zoomed in, I saw faint smudges beyond the frame's focused shoe prints, several overlapping. I hadn't noticed them before. Someone had been there. Probably had been watching. That explained everything. The whispers, the writing, even the timing with the flashlight. A prank or something worse. I felt both clarity and dread at once. If someone had followed me, I'd been stupid to camp alone. I started calling the Ranger District Office for Chillow. The receptionist said the local unit was closed for winter, but took a message. She asked if it was about wildlife. Something like that, I said. More like trespassers. She sounded unconcerned, promised a call back. I hung up and felt the weight of silence again. Different from the forests, but just as dense. That evening, while the sky dimmed, I noticed the power flicker. Once, then again. The light steadied, but the flashlight on the counter glowed faintly on its own, no switch pressed. It cast a low beam across the tile, the same white circle I'd stared at all night up there. My throat went dry. I picked it up, turned it over, and realized it wasn't powered. The batteries were missing. I'd taken them out that morning. For a full minute I just stood there, the flashlight heavy and useless in my hand. Then I saw it, on the far side of the counter, where a thin layer of dust had settled again. Marks. Shallow but deliberate small parallel lines forming letters. The same shaky scrawl I'd seen in the dirt outside my tent. K-I-T-O-F-F. My first thought wasn't fear. It was anger. Someone had been here. I tore through the apartment. Locks, windows, closets. Everything sealed. Nothing missing. But when I stepped back into the kitchen, the marks were gone. Not erased, just gone, as if the dust had never been disturbed. I didn't sleep that night either. I sat by the balcony door, flashlight in one hand, phone in the other, waiting for something. Noise, shadow, reason. Nothing came. Around 4 a.m., the building went dead silent, like all power had been cut. Not even the hum of the refrigerator. Then, Faintly, through the glass, I heard it again. That same whispering texture, moving under the sound of wind. Not words this time, just cadence. It came from below, the courtyard where the pool and the mailboxes sat. I peered out. The motion light flickered on. Nothing moved. But in the thin film of condensation on the glass I could see the faint outline of something traced by fingertip off. I wiped it away hard enough to smear the glass. My pulse thudded in my neck. When dawn came, I packed a small bag, locked the door, and drove to a hardware store. Bought new locks, a carbon monoxide detector, a motion camera. Spent the rest of the morning installing like a man, trying to rebuild the illusion of control. The whisper, the writing, all of it had to have a source, some logical, human one. By noon the sun had burned away the haze, and for the first time since coming down, I felt the world tilt back toward normal. I brewed coffee, sat on the balcony, and watched cars pass on the street below. My hands finally stopped shaking. Then my phone buzzed, a voicemail from a number labeled USFS Angela's Ranger Station. I put it on speaker. A man's voice, slow and dry. "This is Ranger Hollis returning your message about trespassers near Chillow." I checked our logs. No patrols or vehicles reported in that area all week. The access gate's been closed since early December. Storm damage. No one should have been up there. A pause, paper rustling. "By the way," he added, "you mentioned leaving some kind of equipment. If it's a flashlight, one of our guys found it this morning by the turnout on Highway 2. Said it was still on. You can pick it up next week if you want." The message ended. I looked at the flashlight lying on my counter. It was still there, right where I'd left it. When the voicemail ended, I sat frozen with my phone still in my hand. The line on the screen blinked. Call ended. The apartment was silent except for the faint hum of the refrigerator. Power had stabilized again. But the more I stared at that flashlight on the counter, the heavier the air seemed to get. If my light was here, and another one had been found on Highway 2, someone had taken it, or replaced it. I ran through every possibility I could think of. Maybe I'd packed a spare without realizing it. Maybe I dropped one before I left the forest. But I only owned one. Always had. I'd bought it 3 winters ago, at a hardware store in Glendale. Scratched my initials into the back of the handle. The one on my counter had those same scratches. That meant whoever was out there either found it and followed me back, or they'd been to my car while I was still in the forest. Neither version sat right. I played the ranger's voicemail again, this time listening for background noise, wind, office chatter, anything. At the tail end of his message, just before the line cut, I caught something faint, a muffled male voice, closer than it should have been, saying something like, "Ask him. Ask if he saw it." Then a door shut and the message ended. I told myself I was imagining it, stressed as that. But the more I thought about it, the less I could sit still. I decided to drive to the local ranger substation anyway. The office in Loch High at Flintridge was small, more like a trailer than a building, its windows shaded by dusty blinds. A sign on the door read "Winter Hours. Call for assistance." I knocked anyway. After a moment, a man in his 50s opened the door, parka half zipped, face weathered but friendly in that bureaucratic way. "Can I help you? Are you Ranger Hollis?" He nodded. "That's me. I'm Connor Lee. You left a message about Chillow. Said you found a flashlight." His brow furrowed. "Did I? I haven't checked voicemails today." The chill that ran through me was instant and deep. "You didn't call this morning?" "No," he said slowly. "I've been out since dawn, clearing down branches off Angela's crest." "Why?" I told him the short version, the whispers, the writing, the extra flashlight. He listened politely, no raised brows, no disbelief. Just the measured stillness of someone who's heard too many odd reports to judge. When I finished, he said, "You said this was near Chilau Campground, half a mile west, off the fire road." He nodded, scratched his chin. "There's an old research cabin about a mile from there. Used to be forestry property before the station fire. Closed years ago. We've had problems with people squatting in it. Photographers, hikers, sometimes worse." "What do you mean, worse?" "Off-grid types. Folks who don't want to be found." He sighed. "You probably stumbled too close. They like to keep the area clear. So they followed me. Wouldn't surprise me. You said they wrote something in the dirt. Keep it off." He frowned at that, then disappeared inside. When he came back, he was holding a laminated incident report. "We had a similar note last winter," he said, pointing to a line halfway down the page. "Visitor reports seeing words 'turn it off' carved into snow near Chilau Turnout. No subjects located." My stomach turned. "Who wrote that one?" "Never found out. But if someone's camping out there again, I'll send a patrol once the road's cleared. In the meantime," he paused, "you said you live down in the city. Eagle Rock. Keep an eye out for that white pickup again. We've logged a few reports about one matching that description. Older model Ford, no plates, primer hood. Belongs to a guy named Jeremy Cross. Used to do trail maintenance until he got terminated for, well, let's say erratic behavior. He knows the forest better than most." I wrote the name down. "You think he's the one following me?" "Could be. He's got a reputation for harassing campers. Thinks the mountains should stay dark at night. No light pollution, that kind of thing." It fit too well. Hollis gave me his card. "If you see him, don't engage. Call us or the sheriff's office. He's unpredictable." By the time I stepped back outside, the sun had dropped behind the ridge. The highway shimmered with heat mirages and exhaust haze. I could feel the story fitting itself together. The whisper wasn't a haunting. It was a man. Someone who'd been watching from the tree line, maybe circling campsites, enforcing his own rules about darkness. The writing, the silent boots, the stolen flashlight. It was all him. That should have been comforting, but it wasn't. Because a man can follow you farther than a ghost. I drove straight home, checking mirrors every mile. When I reached my building, the white pickup was gone. Maybe it had never been the same one. The paranoia kept pace with my heartbeat. Inside, I drew every curtain and double, checked the new locks. The flashlight still sat where I'd left it. Inert now, just metal and glass. I turned it over again, tracing the shallow scratches of my initials. Real solid mine. To prove it, I decided to photograph it and compare with the ranger's supposed find when I could. But when I turned it to get a clear shot of the handle, I noticed something off. The metal around the switch housing had a faint residue, a dull gray smear like clay or dust pressed by a thumb. The edges bore tiny grit particles, soil, Angela's soil, pale alkaline speckled with quartz. My mind caught up a second too late. The residue wasn't from my trip. I'd cleaned all my gear that morning. Whoever had handled it since had done so after I'd unpacked. I checked the balcony lock again. Still sealed. Then the hallway, empty. The air smelled faintly of cold dirt. I grabbed my phone. Snapped photos of everything: the lock, the counter, the flashlight. Sent them to Hollis's email with a short message. If this Jeremy Cross is active again, he's been in my building. No reply came. The sun slid out, the sky turning the same steel gray as that forest morning. Around 8 p.m., someone knocked. 3 short, sharp raps. I froze. No one ever knocked here unannounced. I stood still long enough for whoever it was to knock again, slower this time. I edged toward the peephole. The hallway light flickered once, then steadied. A man stood there, hands in his jacket pockets, head slightly bowed. Late 40s, maybe. Beard scruff, pale eyes. He looked ordinary in the way certain dangerous people do. Worn, quiet, watchful. When he lifted his gaze to the door, it was direct, like he knew I was there. "Mr. Lee." His voice was low, steady. "Who is it?" I asked. "Ranger Hollis," he said. Every hair on my neck rose. The voice on the other side of the door was different. Rougher, younger. I kept my tone flat. "I just met Hollis this afternoon." A pause. Then, "Yeah, I know, he told me to check on you. He's off shift." Through the peephole, the man smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. "You left something up there," he said. "Thought you might want it back." He lifted a hand. In it, a small object. Metal, cylindrical, dull silver. Another flashlight. "Just open up a second," he said. My pulse slammed in my ears. I stepped back without answering. He knocked again, harder now, the sound echoing down the hall. "Lights attract attention," he said through the door, tone still calm, almost conversational. "You leave them on, people find you. That's all we're trying to stop." The words hit like a shiver. I dialed 911. The operator's voice came fast, clear. "What's your emergency?" "Someone's at my door," I said, voice shaking. "Has pretending to be a ranger. Says his name's Hollis, but it's not." The operator told me to stay on the line. As she did, the knocking stopped. I glanced through the peephole again. The hallway was empty. Within 5 minutes, 2 API units arrived. They cleared the floor, took my statement, searched the lot. No sign of a man or a pickup. The officers were polite, skeptical in that trained way. One asked if I'd been camping recently, like maybe I'd brought paranoia home with me. I didn't argue. They advised me to stay somewhere else for the night, file a report in the morning. I packed a small duffel, left the flashlight behind, and drove to my sister's place in Pasadena. She didn't ask much, just hugged me, let me crash on the couch. I slept with all the lights off for the first time in days. The next morning, I called Ranger Hollis again to follow up. He picked up on the second ring. "Mr. Lee, you're safe." "Yeah," I said. "The man who came to my door last night, was it Jeremy Cross?" Silence. Then, I found his truck this morning, abandoned near the old fire road. He's in custody. Caught him trespassing at a maintenance yard. Says he was trying to keep the forest quiet. We're still sorting it out." Relief came slow, like thaw. I thanked him, hung up, and sat for a long time in my sister's kitchen, the sunlight pooling across the tile. Later that week, the police returned my belongings. The flashlight was among them, sealed in an evidence bag. Inside, beneath my scratched initials, another set of marks had been etched crudely into the metal. Letters uneven but legible. KITOF. I turned it over, felt the ridges under my thumb. It wasn't a warning anymore. It was a rule. One man's twisted code for control and silence. And for the first time since leaving the mountains, I finally understood. It wasn't the forest that scared me. It was how easily quiet turns into obsession, and how human it all really is. My name is Harper Singh, and I've spent most of my adult life chasing quiet places. I work as a wildlife surveyor under contract with the state, mostly tracking migratory data, mapping tree health, and logging camera trap results in the Superior National Forest. It's the kind of work that requires long hours alone in terrain that doesn't want to be mapped anymore. The kind of work that teaches you what silence really sounds like. When I found the map, I wasn't even looking for anything unusual. It was late November, a week before the first heavy snow, and I'd been assigned to catalog a section west of Isabella, where some of the forest roads had closed due to erosion. My plan was simple. Hike in 3 miles from the new service gate, set up 2 motion cams near a frozen creek crossing, and get back to my truck before dark. I carried the usual GPS, paper topo map, and my field log. The map wasn't any of those. It was folded neatly under a loose plank, inside the old trailhead signboard. The wood was warped, the paint almost gone except for faint green letters that once spelled Eagle Ridge Fire Road. That name hadn't been on official documents for decades. At first, I assumed the paper was trash left behind by hunters or campers, but it was too deliberate. Creased sharp, corners aligned. The paper had yellowed, the ink pale but legible. It showed the same area I stood in, but with roads and landmarks that no longer existed. Thin black lines, curling through areas now marked as wilderness. Some of the routes even crossed the creek that had washed out years ago. In the lower margin, a faint stamp read, Property of the U.S. Forest Service, Duluth District, 1978. The strangest part wasn't the age, it was the pencil marks. Someone had drawn a small circle near an area labeled Old Fireline Road, and next to it, in faint writing, Still Open. I laughed a little, because there hadn't been a drivable road out there in 20 years. Still open, my ass. But the handwriting was recent. Sharp graphite, not the faded tone of 40. Year, old marks. I folded it carefully, slid it into my field jacket, and made a note to ask the district office when I got back. The day was short, and up here that means light drains from the sky by 4:30. I moved through the frozen underbrush with the rhythm of someone who's done this hundreds of times. Step, scan, mark, record. I placed the first camera near a deer track crossing, angled toward the creek. The second one I carried farther up the ridge. By the time I reached higher ground, the sun was orange and sinking behind a line of bare birches. That's when I saw it. A narrow cut between the trees, a soft depression leading north, half covered in snow and moss. My GPS map showed nothing there, just blank green forest. But the old paper map in my pocket did. The thin black line labeled Old Fireline Road ran right through this spot. I hesitated. Normally, I stick to known paths. Superior can turn you around fast, and snow hides everything. But something about the coincidence itched at me. The age of the map, the note, the precision. It didn't feel like a tourist scribble. It felt like someone testing a truth. I decided to walk a short stretch, 50 yards, maybe, to see if the old fire road really existed. The first few steps were easy. The ground beneath the snow was firm, tamped by something wider than animal prints. The deeper I went, the clearer the path became. 2 shallow ruts, parallel, the kind left by tires long ago. I followed them through a grove of red pines until the forest thickened again. When I stopped to check my position, the GPS tracker still reads solid. I wasn't far off the service boundary. But then I noticed something that pulled the breath out of me. The ruts weren't old. They weren't fossil traces of forgotten trucks. The snow along the edges had melted slightly, compacted by fresh pressure. And there, in the crusted ice, fresh tire tracks. I crouched down, running my glove across the edge. The rubber tread was clean. No debris frozen into it, maybe a day or two old at most. The pattern looked like a standard all-terrain. Nothing special, but distinct enough that I recognized the design from field vehicles. I stood up fast and scanned the trees. Nobody was supposed to drive out here. The gate at the service road was padlocked, and there were no active projects in this zone. I radioed the district frequency. No response. Just the faint hiss of open air. The network was patchy this far out, so I wasn't surprised. But it didn't help. The tracks curved deeper into the trees. I told myself I'd follow them just far enough to see if they led to a dead end or another road junction, then turn back. But each bend looked like it might open up, and each time it didn't. I told myself one more corner. The woods grew quiet. Not the peaceful quiet you get before snow. This was heavy, closed. I could hear my own breathing through the fleece of my balaclava. My bootsteps broke crusted snow with a soft crunch, and under that, the faint sound of melting ice dripping from branches. Then I heard another sound, metal shifting, a low squeal like weight settling on steel. I froze. The noise came from ahead, just beyond a rise. I waited. Nothing moved. After a long minute, I started forward again, slowly, keeping my hand near my pocket where my radio hung. The air smelled faintly of fuel. Diesel, maybe. Then I saw the reflection. About 20 yards ahead, through a stand of pines, sunlight glinted off something metallic. I moved closer, crouching instinctively. The shape resolved into an old truck. Forest green, half camouflaged by branches and snow. A Forest Service decal clung to the door, the older style logo. The paint was chipped, but the tires were new. The plate had been removed. I stood there, heart thudding, trying to make sense of it. The truck looked both abandoned and freshly used. Snow piled on its roof, but hadn't drifted around the tires yet. The driver's window was cracked open. When I approached, I saw that the ignition key was still in place. I stepped back, scanning around me. No footprints. No fresh human tracks, not even my own yet. Only the tires that had brought the truck here. I circled it once, careful not to touch anything. The back was loaded with wooden crates stamped, survey equipment, USFS, inside one. I could see a modern trail cam identical to the ones issued this year. The same model I carried. I backed away again, pulling my radio out. Still dead static. I'm not someone who spooks easily, but there's a line between weird and wrong, and this was on the wrong side. I decided to photograph everything. License mount decal tread pattern, and head back to the truck. My boots felt heavier now, like the snow had thickened around them. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone step out of the trees. The sun dropped behind the ridge faster than I'd hoped. By the time I reached the main trail again, the forest had gone pale with twilight. My GPS still tracked fine, but it took me a moment to find my outbound footprints. They'd almost vanished under fresh, dusting snow. When I got back to the gate, I was sweating under my coat despite the cold. My truck sat where I'd left it, the only vehicle around. I climbed in, locked the doors, and sat for a minute listening to the heater roar. The old map lay folded in my pocket, edges damp with sweat. I drove until I got a signal again, then called the district office in Ely. The operator on duty, Carl, sounded tired but alert. I explained what I'd found: the old truck, the map, the tracks. He paused a long time before answering. "There's no active vehicles out that way, Harper," he said finally. "You sure it wasn't an old storage truck?" "Brand new tires," I said. "K in the ignition. No snow drifted yet. Someone's using it." Carl sighed through the line. "We decommissioned that road in 2003. It shouldn't even be passable." "You got photos?" "I do." "Good. Come in first thing tomorrow. Bring the map too. And Harper, don't head back out there tonight. Roads'll ice up." I promised I wouldn't, though it wasn't why I hesitated. Something about the way he said "that road" felt loaded. Like there was a story behind it he didn't want to tell over the radio. Back at the motel in Ely, I spread the map across the small desk. The pencil circle around Old Fireline Road looked even clearer under lamplight. I compared it to my GPS readout from earlier. The coordinates matched exactly. Someone had known that road was still accessible and wanted to prove it. Before I turned in, I checked my phone. The last photo I'd taken, the one of the truck's tire tread, had failed to upload. The thumbnail was just black. I tapped it. The screen stayed blank for 3 full seconds, then flickered once and returned to my gallery. The photo was gone. I told myself it was just bad reception, glitchy upload. But when I scrolled further, another detail stopped me. The metadata on my earlier camera photo of the first deer track by the creek had a location tag that didn't make sense. Instead of the coordinates west of Isabella, it read Old Fireline Road, a name no modern map should still recognize. I didn't sleep much that night. The motel room heater buzzed on and off, blowing warm air that smelled faintly metallic. But my thoughts kept circling back to that truck. It wasn't fear exactly, more like a mental itch I couldn't scratch. I'd seen abandoned vehicles in the forest before, sure, but not ones with full fuel tanks and new treads. At dawn, the sky over Ely was a hard gray sheet. I drove to the district office as the coffee shops were still opening, frost clinging to every car hood. Carl met me in the hallway, tall and wind, chapped, wearing the same green jacket I'd seen on every ranger up here. He led me into the main briefing room, where a few other staff were huddled around a topo display. "You brought the map?" he asked. I handed it over. He unfolded it carefully, flattening it against the table. "Damn," he muttered. "Haven't seen this layout since I started. Half these roads were shut down after the '79 fire season. You said you found it under the trailhead board." "Yeah. Folded clean. Pencil mark says still open." I followed it. "There's a truck sitting right on that line." Carl glanced at one of the others. A woman named Becca, who handled logistics. She leaned in, squinting. "That's not even a listed patrol road anymore. Closest we get is the west boundary check every quarter." I pulled out my phone. "Photos are messed up," I said. "One disappeared. Another had bad data. But I've got the GPS track." Carl nodded. "All right, I'll come with you. We'll drive out to the gate, hike in. If someone's joyriding an old Forest Service rig, we'll find out." He said it like it was routine, but his eyes kept darting back to that penciled circle. We loaded up a service truck, chains, emergency kit, radio relay box, and drove north out of town. The road wound through pines crusted white with frost. Everything tinted pale blue in the morning light. When we reached the gate, Carl killed the engine and got out to unlock it. I noticed fresh tire marks in the gravel, the same tread pattern I'd seen yesterday. "Looks like they came through again," I said. He crouched, running a glove over the compressed dirt. "Within 12 hours, maybe less." We parked just inside the gate and hiked the rest on foot. Carl kept a steady pace, eyes scanning ahead like he'd walked this route 100 times. I followed a few steps behind, noting how quiet it was again. No birds, no wind, just the rhythmic crunch of boots. When we reached the start of the unmarked path, I stopped him. "This is where I turned off." He studied the ground, still visible. Huh. Hard to believe this never got grown over. The snow was shallow here, and the 2 tire ruts gleamed faintly in the weak sun. We followed them. The air grew colder as we went deeper, light filtering through dense spruce. After 15 minutes, we rounded the bend, and the truck was gone. I stood still, my breath clouding. The clearing was there, same grove of pines, same slope, but where the Forest Service truck had been parked, there was only flattened snow and a few tire impressions leading away north. Carl frowned. "You sure this is the spot?" "Positive," I said. I marked the coordinates. He checked his handheld GPS. "Your pin matches right here." The air smelled faintly of exhaust, fresh and sharp. Carl crouched, sniffed the ground like a mechanic. "Someone moved it. Recently. Within the hour. Maybe less." We followed the tracks as far as we could, but they curved uphill and vanished where the snow thickened. The path ended in a stand of younger pines, their trunks too tight for any vehicle to pass. It didn't make sense. Carl straightened, exhaling slowly. "Well, that's something." "What do you want to do?" I asked. "Document it. Then we'll head back. Maybe pull records of any vehicles logged as retired, but not scrapped. Hell, maybe someone restored an old one for nostalgia." He said it lightly, but his tone didn't match his words. Back at the office, Becca ran a search through the maintenance archives. There were no records of a Forest Service truck with that old paint scheme in inventory, not in this district or the adjacent ones. The last similar vehicle was decommissioned in 1998 and supposedly sold at auction. By afternoon, snow had started to fall. Carl told me to head back to the motel and write up a preliminary report. Just observations, nothing speculative. But as I drove back, I noticed something strange in my side mirror, faint tire tracks, reappearing along the shoulder behind me, as if the falling snow revealed them instead of covering them. I slowed, leaned closer. They faded again. My pulse jumped. I told myself it was just glare from the snow. That night, the wind came hard off the lake. I ordered dinner to go and spread my paperwork out again, staring at the map. My field notes from yesterday mentioned old truck at 47.655N, 9134AW. When I compared that to the official forest grid online, it landed right inside what used to be the Eagle Ridge fire break, a zone supposedly reclaimed by regrowth in 2005. No roads, no access. But someone had been there, and they had a key. I barely realized I dozed off until a sound jolted me awake. A truck engine outside, slow, idling. I pushed back the curtain. The motel parking lot was dim, snow swirling under the amber light. Only 3 vehicles sat there, my own pickup, Carl's state truck, and one other, forest green. I grabbed my jacket and stepped outside, the cold biting instantly. The engine was quiet now. The green truck sat angled near the far edge of the lot, tailgate half covered in snow. I walked closer, boots crunching over ice. The decal on the door was faint, but I recognized it. The same retro Forest Service emblem. "Hello?" I called, voice muffled by the wind. No answer. I circled around the back. The bed was empty. The cab's interior light glowed faintly through frosted glass. I reached for the handle and froze. The key was still in the ignition, turned halfway. Someone had been sitting there minutes ago. I backed up and ran to the office to get Carl. He came out half-dressed, squinting against the wind. When we got back, the green truck was gone. Only our footprints and a churn of slush remained. The motel clerk swore. No one had checked in with a vehicle like that. Security cameras pointed only at the entrance, not the lot. Carl rubbed his jaw, thinking hard. "Could have been someone messing with us," he said. "But they'd have to know where we're staying. And that road." We stood there a long time before heading in. The next morning, the snow eased. Carl filed an incident note, and we drove back toward the district's northern boundary, partly to see if the tire tracks reappeared. They didn't. Everything was clean under a fresh layer of powder. Still, he kept checking the rearview mirror like I was. We stopped at a ranger cabin near McDougal Lake for coffee. An old retired ranger, Gene, was there doing maintenance. When Carl mentioned the road, Gene looked up sharply. "Old Fireline Road," he said. "That shouldn't even be called that anymore. After '79, they ripped it up." "Ripped it up how?" I asked. He shrugged. "Earth movers, backhoes, the works. You can't drive it unless someone regraded it. And that's a hell of a job for no reason." "Why?" Carl gave him a careful version of the story. "Just the tracks and truck, no map yet." Gene listened, jaw tightening. "I remember that line," he said after a moment. "Fireline trucks used it for containment runs back then. 2 of them never made it back. One went down in the flood after the storm. Creek took it. We shut the road soon after." Carl frowned. "You sure about that? The records don't show any missing assets." Gene gave him a thin look. "Different times, son. Paperwork got lost in the shuffle. That didn't explain why the tracks were fresh, or why one of those old trucks was sitting behind my motel the night before." When we left, Carl stayed quiet for a while, then finally said, "We'll file a full report, but keep the old-timer story out of it. Just stick to what we saw. Tires, tracks, map, nothing else." I nodded. Though the silence between us said, we both knew this wasn't over. By late afternoon, we returned to the gate again. The snow was deeper now, hiding almost everything. Carl checked the padlock. Still sealed. He turned to me. "We'll close this section off for now. Too unstable." As he locked it, I noticed something tucked between the metal bars. A folded piece of paper, just visible under frost. I pulled it free. It was the same kind of paper as the old map, folded in half, edges sharp. When I opened it, there was no map inside this time, just a single handwritten line. "You were right to follow it." I stared at it, the ink still crisp. No snow melt on the page. Someone had placed it there recently. Carl leaned over my shoulder, read it, and didn't say a word. We stood by the gate as the wind pushed through the trees, cold and dry, carrying that faint smell of diesel again. The next morning came slow. Dull light flattening the snow into one endless sheet of white. I'd barely slept. Carl wanted me to head home for a few days. let the weather clear before we reviewed the report. But every time I closed my eyes, that line on the folded note replayed in my head. You were right to follow it. So I didn't leave. I waited until mid-morning, when Carl drove out to Duluth for a district meeting, then packed my truck again. GPS camera, extra fuel, food for a day. I told the motel clerk I'd be gone until nightfall. Left my route written on the counter in case of emergency. Old habit. The gate was still chained when I got there. No new tracks on the road. I parked just inside the pullout, left the truck locked, and started in on foot. The cold bit sharper today. Air dry enough to sting my nose. Clouds hung low and heavy, but visibility was good. I followed the faint indentations where the Fireline Road had once cut through. Under the snow, I could feel the harder packed soil, the kind left behind by years of vehicle use. Half a mile in, I found the old clearing again. Empty, just like before. I set my pack down, scanned the tree line, and listened. Nothing. I pulled out the map. The hand-drawn circle marked the next section just beyond a ridge, maybe a quarter-mile north. According to every modern record, that area should have been impassable. Dense spruce regrowth, swamp runoff. But something about the terrain under my boots said otherwise. It wasn't wild, it was worn. As I climbed, I started noticing subtle details I'd missed before: stakes in the snow, rusted metal pins half buried, a faded orange ribbon fluttering from a branch. All old survey markers. Someone had been through here not long ago and wanted this route remembered. I reached the top of the ridge just as the light shifted, gray to that weak blue that precedes a storm. From up there, I could see a shallow valley stretching north. The map's phantom road ran straight through it. And sure enough, cutting along the edge of the trees were faint twin ruts, nearly hidden under snow. I followed them down. At the base of the slope, the ruts turned and crossed a narrow creek. The ice was thin, cracking under my weight, but someone had placed an old metal sheet across part of it, a makeshift bridge. I crouched, touched the edge. No rust under the snow. Whatever this was, it had been placed recently. Beyond the creek, the woods thinned. And that's when I saw the clearing. It was about the size of a football field, hidden behind rows of spruce. In the middle stood a small prefab cabin, gray siding, single window. It looked newer than anything else around. Smoke drifted faintly from a metal chimney. I froze. For a moment, I just stared, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. There weren't any permits for structures in this zone. Not for decades. It was protected restoration land. And yet there it was, quiet and out of place. I slipped my gloves back on and approached slowly, circling wide. No footprints in the snow except mine. The smoke from the chimney was thin, almost gone. When I reached the side of the cabin, I saw the truck parked behind it. The same forest green one. It was backed against a slope, half hidden by branches. This time, there was no snow on the hood, no frost. I walked closer, careful, heart knocking in my chest. The driver's door hung slightly open. The key was gone. Inside, the seat was damp, the floor tracked with mud. Someone had been here not long ago. I looked toward the cabin. The front door was shut, no light inside. I called out once, keeping my tone level. Forest Service. Hello. No answer. Just wind moving through the pines. I stepped onto the porch. The boards creaked faintly under my boots. There was a notice tacked to the door. A weathered laminated sheet, the kind used for temporary postings. The lettering was faded, but still legible. Eagle Ridge Fire Control. Temporary Operations Shelter. Active 1978 season. I stood there, cold air stinging my throat. The paper hadn't yellowed. It looked printed last week. I turned the handle. The door opened with a dry groan. Inside, the air was stale but not rotten. A cot, a small table, a lantern on its side. Maps covered one wall, modern ones. Satellite overlays of Superior, marked with circles and annotations. I stepped closer. Every circle corresponded to a decommissioned road. Each was labeled with pencil, cleared, tested, accessible. On the table sat a folder. Inside, typed sheets listed coordinates, inspection notes, and signatures, all dated within the past year. The top page bore a header: Forest Access Rehabilitation Initiative, confidential draft. I'd never heard of any such program. Halfway through reading, I heard the crunch of snow outside. It wasn't the wind this time. Distinct steps, slow, deliberate. I turned toward the door, adrenaline surging. Through the window, a figure passed. Dark jacket, hood up. They stopped by the truck, then walked toward the cabin. I stepped back, palms sweating inside my gloves. The latch on the door was flimsy. I could hear my own pulse in my ears. The figure reached the porch, boots thudding lightly. Then a voice, low, calm, male. "You shouldn't be here." I stayed silent. The door opened partway. A man stood there, face shadowed by his hood. He wasn't wearing any Forest Service insignia, but his clothes looked official. Dark green jacket, cargo pants, heavy boots. His eyes flicked past me to the folder on the table. "Where'd you get that?" he asked. "I work for the service," I said carefully. "I found an old map. I thought this road was closed." He exhaled through his nose slow. "It was." I waited. He stepped inside, picked up the folder, flipped through it like confirming it was still intact. "You didn't take anything else?" "No." He closed it, tucked it under his arm. "Then you didn't see this place." "Understand. That truck's registered to the Forest Service," I said. "What's going on out here?" He looked at me, weighing the question. Then he shook his head slightly. "Clean up work. Old lines, old burn scars. Some things weren't filed right back then. We're fixing it quietly." "Fixing what?" He didn't answer. Instead, he gestured toward the door. "Time to go, Mez. Sing." Hearing my name in his mouth froze me harder than the cold. I hadn't given it. "I sent a report," I said. "My supervisor knows I'm here." That made him smile faintly, an expression that didn't reach his eyes. "Then you'll be fine, won't you?" I stepped outside first. The air felt heavier now, snow starting to fall again. He followed, locked the cabin behind us, and walked to the truck. "Road'll be gone by spring," he said as he opened the driver's door. Like it was never there. Then he climbed in, started the engine, and drove off down the Fireline Road. The one-free map claimed no longer existed. I stood there until the sound faded completely. Then I looked back toward the cabin. Smoke no longer rose from the chimney. The laminated sign had peeled halfway off, flapping weakly in the wind. I didn't follow him. I turned south and walked back the way I'd come. By the time I reached the ridge, the road behind me had started to disappear under fresh snow. My GPS screen flickered once, lost signal, then recovered. But the breadcrumb trail it displayed had shifted. Slightly, curving where it should have been straight, bending back toward the highway as if the forest itself had erased the detour. At the gate, Carl's truck was waiting. He stepped out, relief flooding his face. "Where the hell were you?" he said. "I came back early. You weren't at the motel. I told him everything. The cabin, the man, the folder. He didn't interrupt, just listened with that look he got when something didn't fit protocol. When I finished, he rubbed his eyes. There's no active projects under that name, he said finally. I checked. Nothing in our budget, nothing in federal listings. I pulled the old map from my pocket, unfolded it one last time. The penciled circle was gone. Just faint eraser smudge, the paper clean. Carl took it, turned it over, frowned. You sure this is the same one? Positive. He studied me for a long second, then tucked the map into a folder. We'll handle it. But maybe take a few days off, yeah? I didn't argue. That night, I drove south toward Duluth. The snow came heavier, but the roads stayed clear until twilight. As I passed a long bend in the highway, I caught sight of headlights through the trees. A single set, steady and slow, moving parallel to me through forest that had no road. For miles, they stayed there, always just visible through the trunks. When I finally reached the next town, they were gone. A week later, I got an email from Becca at the district office. The subject line read, Old Fireline Road. The message was short. Carl says they pulled the section from all records. No physical gate found when we checked. Like it never existed. You still have that paper map. Don't bring it back in. Just keep it safe. Off-site. I folded my laptop closed, sat back, and stared out the motel window. Snow was still falling. Somewhere in those woods, a man in a green truck was erasing roads that used to be real. And I was the only one left who'd followed the map before it vanished. My name is Eli Sorensen. I'm 32 years old, originally from Eugene, Oregon. And I've spent more weekends in the Coast Range than I can count. I'm not a thrill seeker, not chasing ghosts or viral footage. I go into the woods for the same reason some people go to church. Quiet, repetition, the sense of something older that doesn't need explaining. That March weekend was supposed to be nothing. Special 2 nights solo camping, near the ridgeline above Cape Perpetua, where the old logging roads still crisscross the hills like scars. I had time off from my maintenance job at the university. The forecast promised light fog and no major storms, and the Cieslao in late winter is its own kind of solitude. The first day was steady. I parked near an unmarked turnout off. Ford V5 shouldered my pack and followed a race trail along an alder slope. The air smelled like salt even this far inland. A mile up, I passed the rusted frame of a water tank, half swallowed by sword ferns. From there the ground leveled into an old spur road, wide enough for a pickup, now softened with moss. Perfect place to pitch camp before sunset. By 5 p.m., I'd set up my small green tent in a clearing between hemlocks. I cooked rice and sausage on a camp stove, drank coffee that tasted faintly of metal, and watched the evening fog slide between the trunks. No sound except water dripping off branches, and the occasional caw from something unseen. It's the kind of silence you don't notice until you realize you've stopped making noise yourself. That's when I saw him. Across the shallow valley, maybe 300 yards away on the opposite ridge, stood a man. He was just a silhouette against the gray, upright, still framed between 2 firs. I figured he was another camper or a survey worker. Plenty of hunters still wander these parts even off season. Then he raised his arm and waved. It wasn't frantic, just slow, side to side. I laughed a little under my breath, half at myself, half at the absurdity of 2 strangers waving from ridges like we were neighbors hanging laundry. Out of reflex, I waved back. He kept at it for another few seconds, then lowered his arm. The fog thickened again, swallowing the line of sight between us. I didn't think much of it. People see people in the woods all the time. The trick is not to start building stories around them. I went back to cleaning the pot and securing the bear bag, hoisting it between two trees. When night settled, I crawled into my sleeping bag and listened to the wind pick up. Sometime after midnight, rain came. Soft at first, then heavier. I woke once to adjust the fly sheet and noticed the fog still clinging close. No sounds of movement. No lights. The ridge opposite was just a gray smear. I slept again. Morning arrived pale and damp. The fog hadn't lifted. It sat like milk over everything. I boiled water, made instant oatmeal, and checked the GPS. I planned to follow the ridge trail west, toward a viewpoint locals call the Break, a spot where you can see the Pacific on clear days. As I packed, I glanced across the valley. The man was there again. Same spot, same posture. He raised his arm and waved. Something about it struck me wrong this time. Distance is hard to judge in fog, but he looked closer. I lifted my hand out of courtesy, gave a half wave, and turned away. No point fixating. The trail wound higher, switching between alder groves and dense fir stands. My boots sucked at the mud. Around noon, I reached a narrow rise where the ground turned to shale. That's when I found the first sign anyone had been nearby. A fresh footprint in the wet grit. Boot tread sharp as if made minutes before. Not mine. Different pattern entirely. The fog thinned long enough to glimpse the opposite ridge again. The man was visible, barely, a darker smudge against the gray, still waving. I stopped walking. The rational part of me lined up the possibilities. Maybe a lost hiker signaling for help. Maybe a hunter tracking me, thinking I was someone else. Or maybe, simplest of all, he was just fooling around. But the movement never varied. Back and forth, slow, deliberate. I tried shouting, but my voice died halfway across the valley. The wind from the coast carried it away. By afternoon, the mist thickened until the woods turned featureless. My phone had no signal. I decided to circle back toward camp before losing light. The return took longer than expected. Landmarks vanish fast when everything's the same shade of gray. I recognized my camp only by the bright orange paracord on my bare line. Everything was exactly as I'd left it, except my jacket. I'd hung it on a branch near the tent the previous night. A navy, blue soft, shell with red stitching, nothing special. Now the branch was bare. I assumed it had fallen or blown off, so I searched the surrounding ground. Nothing, not even a scrap of fabric. It wasn't valuable, but the loss gnawed at me. Gear disappearing in the woods is the kind of thing that gets under your skin. Too small to call theft, too specific to be coincidence. Evening fog rolled in thick again. I cooked dinner quickly, sat by the fading stove flame, and tried to rationalize the day. The mind loves patterns. Mine had drawn one around a stranger's wave, and a missing jacket. I told myself to stop feeding it. But just before dark, the fog thinned one last time. The opposite ridge was visible again, etched faintly against the dim sky. The man stood there, exactly where he'd been. Except now I could see color. The shape on his shoulders, dark navy with red stitching, caught what little light remained. My jacket. He raised his arm and waved. I didn't wave back. The next half hour blurred. I remember the taste of adrenaline more than any clear thought. My first instinct was practical. Mark the coordinates. report it later, don't do anything reckless. But another part of me, the old camper's instinct, whispered the quieter rule. If something feels off in the woods, it probably is. I packed the essentials into my day pack: knife, light map, small first aid kit, and decided to break camp at dawn, hike straight back to the truck. The ridge between us wasn't close. There was no sane reason to cross valleys in fog to chase a stranger. Still, I barely slept. The wind carried faint rhythmic sounds, branches or maybe footsteps, but I couldn't tell. Around 3 a.m., the fog lightened just enough that my tent walls glowed pale. I held my breath and listened. Nothing. When morning came, the world outside was washed in silence. Fog again, thick as soup. I stepped out, stiff-legged, and did a slow scan of the opposite ridge. Empty. No figure. I told myself it had ended there. Then, near my fire pit, I found the jacket, folded neatly, dry. The zippers aligned as if pressed by careful hands. Inside the pocket was a small, flat river stone, smooth and gray, the kind you'd find along the coastal creeks. Someone had scratched a single line across it with a sharp edge. One shallow diagonal slash. Nothing else. I turned it over, half expecting a note, but it was blank. For a long minute, I just stood there, listening to the forest breathe. The rational part of me spun through explanations. Someone playing a prank, a hunter marking territory, local kids screwing around. But no prints surrounded the camp, no disturbed soil, no smell of smoke or trail of mud. Just my own boot marks and that stone. The man had been across the valley hours before. To leave the jacket here, he'd have to cross half a mile of dense forest in fog, unseen, in the dark. I slipped the stone into a pocket of my pack, not sure why, just instinct, and put the jacket back on. The fabric was warm, faintly smelling of smoke that wasn't mine. I broke camp within the hour, heading east toward the main road. Every few hundred yards, I stopped and listened. No footsteps, no voices, only the steady hiss of wind through cedar. But as the trail curved higher, a shift in the fog opened a narrow window across the valley. He was there again. Same ridge. Waving. The sight froze me mid-step. My brain stalled between fight and reason. And ridge wasn't far. Close enough now that I could make out faint color. He was still wearing my jacket. Which made no sense at all, because mine was on my back. I stood there for what felt like a full minute, staring through the thin veil of mist until it thickened again and erased him. When the fog swallowed the ridge completely, I realized I'd been holding my breath. I exhaled slowly and started walking faster. The fog thickened so quickly that, by the time I'd rounded the bend, the ridge was gone again. Nothing but white air and the occasional ghost of a tree trunk. Every sound was close and muffled, like the forest had been stuffed with cotton. I kept a steady pace, counting my breaths, watching the GPS arrow slide along the trail line. I didn't trust the screen completely. Reception here flickered even on good days. My compass needle jittered, twitching like it couldn't make up its mind which way was north. After a mile or so, I came across a break in the slope, a narrow runoff, gully leading downhill toward what should have been a logging spur, one that connected to the service road near my truck. I recognized the fork because of a rotting signpost, the wood black with moss. No letters remained, but the shape was familiar. I started down the gully. The mud was slick from days of rain, and my boots slid more than they stepped. Water trickled alongside me, carrying pine needles and tiny flecks of silt. A pair of small tracks. Deer. Maybe. paralleled my route for a few yards before disappearing into brush. The forest was silent again. At some point, I realized the feeling of being watched wasn't going away. Not in the movie sense. Just that slight wrongness when your brain insists someone else is sharing your airspace. Every rustle became potential proof. I told myself it was nerves, leftover adrenaline from the morning. But I still found my hand hovering near the knife strapped to my belt. By noon, the fog began to lift. Not completely, just in layers, opening faint blue slivers of sky above. I stopped to drink from my flask and caught movement upslope. A man's shape, far, maybe 50 yards higher through the trees, walking parallel to me but on the ridge above. Hard to see through the branches. Could have been another hiker, but he moved too evenly, too deliberate, keeping my pace almost exactly. I called out, "Hey! You all right up there?" No answer. The figure slowed, then stopped behind a cedar trunk. I waited, 1 foot braced on a rock. Hello. Silence. After a few seconds, he stepped out again, halfway visible, and raised his arm. The same wave, slow, side to side. The same rhythm. I didn't wave back. This time I just stood there, trying to make sense of it. Distance distorted color, but I thought I saw dark blue on his shoulders. My pulse kicked again. "Why are you following me?" I shouted. The forest swallowed my voice. He didn't reply. Just lowered his arm, turned, and disappeared behind the ridge line. That was enough for me. I cut my rest short and picked up speed downhill. By 2 o'clock, I reached the spur road, an old gravel path eaten through by ferns. Relief hit me harder than I expected. Roads mean proximity to people, even if those people are miles away. I followed the curve east. Expecting the sound of a creek, I remembered crossing on the hike-in. It didn't come. After 20 minutes, I realized the road bent the wrong way. My GPS still showed me moving toward the trailhead, but the terrain didn't match. The slope was shallower, the trees younger. I stopped, pulled out the paper map from my pack, and compared contour lines. The scale didn't add up. Somehow I'd taken the wrong spur. Turning back felt like defeat, but continuing blindly was worse. I decided to retrace my steps until I hit the fork. That's when I noticed the footprints. Mine were obvious. Deep heel marks, the occasional drag. But another set paralleled them now, fresher. The mud edges still wet. Larger boots, heavier trade like hiking or work boots. They appeared a few yards behind mine, matched my direction perfectly, then vanished when the gravel firmed up. Someone had been walking behind me. The rational side of me immediately assembled explanations. Maybe another hiker using the same route, maybe someone lost. Nothing criminal, nothing paranormal, but the hair on my neck stayed up. I moved faster, not running, just focused. Every so often I glanced upslope. Nothing moved between the trees. Eventually, I found the original gully again. I could see where I'd slid down earlier. Fresh mud, boot tracks. I took one last look behind me before climbing. That's when I saw something halfway down the road. A small shape on the ground, something dark resting against the gravel. I walked back a few steps, wary but curious. It was a glove. Black, nylon-lined. My glove. I recognized the red stitching on the palm immediately. I'd kept the pair in my jacket pocket, which was zipped shut this morning. The glove was dry, clean, like it hadn't touched mud at all. I picked it up, checked the tag. My name, written in marker from a climbing trip last fall. Definitely mine. I scanned the tree line for movement. Nothing. Only fog thickening again. Soft around the edges of my vision. I pocketed the glove and climbed back up the gully. The ascent took longer than it should have. The slope felt steeper, and the soil kept giving way under my boots. When I finally reached the ridge top, my breath came out in sharp bursts. Fog rolled through the trees like smoke. Ahead, the trail reappeared faintly, narrow, curving toward where my camp had been. I wanted to believe heading back would solve everything. That whatever weirdness was happening would end once I hit pavement. But the forest had gone too quiet again. Even the wind seemed to hold itself back. I passed familiar landmarks. The mossy boulder shaped like a boot. The hollow stump I'd used to wedge my bear bag rope. I kept expecting to see signs of my camp, but the ground looked untouched. No flattened grass, no ash ring, nothing. If not for the coordinates on my GPS, I might have sworn I'd never been there. I stopped to catch my breath, resting my hand on a tree trunk slick with rain. That's when I noticed the smell. Smoke. Not campfire smoke. Something sharper, industrial, like burned oil. It drifted faintly from the valley below. I crouched and scanned downhill. The fog opened for a second, revealing a sliver of the opposite ridge. And there he was again. Closer this time. Maybe 100 yards. The slope between us dropped steeply, but his outline was clear. He stood with one arm slightly raised, not waving now, just half lifted, like he'd been caught mid-motion. I saw the jacket again. My jacket. I felt the fabric against my own skin, at that exact moment zipped to my throat. The man tilted his head, like he was studying me. Then the fog swallowed him. My heart hammered. I backed up until my shoulder hit a tree. This was beyond coincidence now. Beyond any rational explanation I could name. But the only thing to do was keep moving. Staying put made no sense. So I walked. One step at a time. I followed the ridge east until I spotted the line of the old water tank again, half collapsed under ferns. That meant the road and the truck were less than a mile away. I started downhill. The sound of boots behind me came 10 minutes later. At first it was faint, intermittent, like an echo. Then clearer crunch, pause, crunch. Whoever it was kept distance but matched my stride. When I stopped, it stopped. I forced myself not to look back. My brain spun through logic, sound bouncing through valleys. Maybe my own footsteps reflecting. But that rhythm didn't fit. It was delayed by half a second, steady human. The slope eased into a clearing where the fog had thinned to translucent gray. My truck waited just beyond a stand of cedars. Mud splattered. Exactly as I'd left it. Relief hit so hard my legs felt weak. I hurried the last few yards, threw my pack into the passenger seat, and climbed in. Silence again. The forest stood still around the turnout. No footsteps now. No movement. Just trees. I sat there for a while, engine off. Hands on the wheel. My phone finally caught a signal bar. I considered calling the sheriff's office, but what would I even say? That someone out there might own a duplicate jacket and likes waving at strangers. Still, the glove, the jacket incident, the footprints, it wasn't nothing. I started the engine. The headlights cut pale tunnels through the fog. As I eased onto the forest road, I glanced once in the rearview mirror. At first it showed only mist and trees. Then, just before the curve took it out of view, I caught a single human shape on the ridge above the turnout. Barely a speck against the gray, arm raised in that same slow, measured wave. I kept driving until the road met asphalt, then all the way to Yachat's. Checked into a cheap roadside motel near the coast. Showered. Ate a sandwich, didn't turn on the TV. That night, I laid the glove on the bedside table beside the smooth gray stone. Two objects that shouldn't have crossed paths again. Sitting side by side under a buzzing fluorescent light. The smell of smoke still lingered faintly on the jacket hanging from the chair. I didn't sleep that first night back. The motel walls were paper thin. I could hear the couple next door arguing softly about something domestic and irrelevant, which only made the quiet between their words feel heavier. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that silhouette through the fog. Arm raised, slow as if it had all the time in the world. Around 2 a.m., I got up and checked the jacket again. I'd hung it over the chair to air out. It was still faintly damp at the seams. I sniffed near the collar. The smoke smell lingered. Not from campfire wood either. It was harsher, closer to diesel or machinery. That detail stuck with me. The Cieslaw doesn't have active logging near those ridges anymore, not for miles. Nothing out there should have been burning that smelled like that. By morning, I'd convinced myself I needed proof of what happened. Not for anyone else, just to anchor it to something verifiable. Otherwise it'd start to mutate in my head, the way half-remembered things do. So I drove into Yachet's proper, bought a new set of gloves, a disposable camera from the general store, and a thermos of coffee. Then I turned the truck back toward Forest Road 55. The smart part of me knew it was a mistake. The rest of me, stubborn, maybe obsessive, just needed the coordinates to match the memory one last time. To see the empty ridge, no man waving, no jacket mirroring mine. To make the world small and rational again. By mid-morning, the fog inland had lifted. The drive was clearer, the air brighter. It almost felt harmless. When I reached the turnout, the gravel showed only old tire ruts, mine from the day before. No fresh prints. I killed the engine and sat for a minute. The forest was quiet in that ordinary way it gets after rain. Dripping branches, faint bird calls, a faraway hum of wind through the trees. I started walking. Without the fog, everything looked different. The slopes were greener. The ridge across the valley sharper and closer than I remembered. My own sense of distance felt off, as if the forest had shifted a few inches overnight. I followed the same trail up past the rusted water tank, the same boot-shaped boulder, the same hollow stump. Every landmark confirmed I hadn't imagined the route. At the old camp clearing, the ground still showed faint indentations from my tent poles, otherwise untouched. No jacket folded, no stone. I crouched, brushed my hand over the soil. It was cool, dry on the surface, but damp underneath. No prints but mine. That should have been enough. Confirmation the forest had returned to normal. I even laughed a little under my breath, from relief more than humor. I took one photo of the clearing, mostly for myself, then turned toward the ridge opposite. That's when I saw it, a scrap of blue near the tree line across the valley. I raised the camera, zoomed as much as the cheap lens allowed. Through the branches, a shape. Blue fabric, caught on a branch, maybe 20 feet up the slope. It could have been trash, part of an old tarp. But from this distance, the color matched my jacket, the one I was wearing. I stared for a long moment. Wind shifted, branches swayed. The fabric fluttered once, then stilled. Logic lined up like dominoes. Maybe someone had found an old jacket months ago and lost it there. Maybe mine wasn't unique. Navy soft, shells aren't exactly rare. Still, I felt pulled toward it. I wanted to see it up close, to confirm it wasn't mine, to stop thinking about it every time I closed my eyes. So I started down the slope. Crossing that valley took longer than expected. The ground was uneven, soft with ferns and half-rotted wood. Every step sank a little. The silence deepened until I could hear my own pulse in my ears. Halfway across, I found a small creek, narrow but deep enough to soak my boots. The water was cold and fast. I stepped over a fallen log, nearly lost balance, caught myself on a branch that snapped. The crack echoed farther than it should have. I glanced back toward my old campsite. The ridge behind me was empty. When I reached the opposite slope, I paused. The air smelled faintly of the same burnt oil, sharp and metallic. I looked upslope and spotted the scrap of blue again, just above a cluster of young alders. It wasn't caught on a branch after all. It was hanging from a low snag, folded over itself, like someone had draped it there intentionally. I climbed the last few yards and reached out. It was a jacket. Mine, down to the stitching. My fingers hesitated at the zipper. It had the same small nick near the pull tab, the one I'd made last fall when it caught on a fence. Identical. But the material was stiff, damp, and cold like it had been sitting there overnight. I pulled the sleeve open. The lining was blackened near the cuff, edges melted slightly, as if singed by heat. The smell was stronger up close, diesel smoke, maybe mixed with plastic. No sign of anyone around. No tools. No campfire remains. I called out anyway. Hello. Nothing. I stood there holding the burned sleeve. Heart thudding so hard it felt like a vibration. Every instinct told me to leave, but I couldn't yet. I took one photo, then another, trying to keep my hands steady. When I lowered the camera, movement flickered in the corner of my vision. Up on the ridge behind the snag, 50 feet higher, near the tree line, stood a man. He wasn't waving, just standing there, still. Hard to make out details against the light, but his outline was familiar enough to freeze me in place. The slope between us was too steep to cross quickly. I called out again. Hey, this yours? No answer. He shifted slightly, just a lean, as if he'd adjusted his weight. That small motion broke whatever spell held me. I took a step back, slipped on wet ground, caught myself. When I looked again, the spot was empty. No sound of movement. I didn't stay to search. I left the jacket where it hung, crossed the valley back the way I'd come, every few seconds glancing over my shoulder. Nothing followed. By the time I reached my truck again, clouds had rolled in, thick and low. I started the door, started the engine, and didn't stop driving until I hit the coastal highway. Back at the motel, I washed the mud off my boots in the sink, watched brown water swirl down the drain. The photos I'd taken developed 2 days later at the pharmacy in Newport. Most were unremarkable. Trees, trail, the clearing. But one image stopped me cold. It wasn't the burned jacket or the snag. It was a frame I didn't remember taking the ridge behind my old camp, snapped from the same angle as before. In the far background, faint and almost out of focus, a small figure stood at the tree line. Hand raised. The detail was barely visible, grainy, distorted, but the posture was the same. Arm mid-wave, shoulder slightly bent. The clerk who handed me the photos noticed me staring. Something wrong with the print? She asked. I told her no, just checking the exposure. That night, I packed my gear in silence, drove east toward Eugene before sunrise, didn't stop until the ocean air was gone. For weeks afterward, I tried to file a report with the Cieslaw Ranger Station, part curiosity, part closure. The ranger on the phone, an older guy named Hines, listened politely while I described the encounter. When I mentioned the jacket, He asked if I'd left anything identifiable behind. "Just a piece of fabric," I said, hanging from a snag near a tributary creek. "Could be trash from an old camp," he said. "Happens more than you'd think. Folks stash gear, weather tears it up. Fog makes you see it twice sometimes." He chuckled softly, not unkindly. "The mind replays things out there. Fog will do that to you." I wanted to believe him. Still do. But 2 nights later, as I was folding laundry, I noticed something I can't explain. The second glove, the one that had been missing, was sitting on top of the dresser. Clean. Dry. I hadn't unpacked it. I hadn't even touched that pocket since leaving the forest. For a long time I just stared at it, waiting for some rational sequence of memory to fill the gap. Maybe I dropped it there without noticing. Maybe it had been in the truck. Maybe anything. The glove looked freshly washed, as if someone had rinsed the mud away. I set it beside the first glove, then reached into my jacket pocket. The smooth gray stone was still there, faint lines scratched across it. I turned it over once more, just in case I'd missed something the first time. On the other side, so faint it almost disappeared against the grain, a second line crossed the first, forming an X. That night I left the gloves and stone in the motel room, locked the door, and drove home. It's been 3 weeks since then. I haven't gone back to the Coast Range. Every time fog rolls over the valley outside my apartment, I find myself watching the ridgeline through the window, half expecting movement. So far, nothing. But sometimes, when headlights from the street catch the glass, just right, I see a faint reflection. A shape half turned toward me, hand raised, as if in greeting. And for a second, I can't tell whether I'm the one waving back. My name is Grace Lang, and I'm 29 years old. I work as a field geologist for a small environmental firm based out of Reno. And in early September, I was assigned a solo survey in the Ruby Mountains. It wasn't my first time alone in the field. Solitude is something I usually handle well. But that particular week sits in my mind, like sediment that won't settle. I keep turning it over, trying to see what detail I missed before things went wrong. The assignment was straightforward. I had to collect soil samples from a series of high elevation drainages feeding into Smith Creek, document erosion patterns, and photograph any evidence of recent landslides. 3 days in the mountains, 2 nights camping, a clean in, and out before the first snow dusted the ridges. I checked in with my supervisor, packed my gear, and texted my younger sister, Megan. The same thing I always do before a trip. Leaving cell range soon. I'll call when I'm out. She sent back a thumbs up and a heart. That's the last normal exchange we had. I drove east through Elko, filled up the tank, and took the gravel road toward Lamoille Canyon. The air was already thinning by the time I parked at the trailhead. The sky was that sharp Nevada blue that makes every ridge look carved from glass. I strapped on my pack, adjusted my bear spray, and started up the switchbacks. For most of the first day, the work went by the book. I hiked along an established trail, marked each sampling point, logged coordinates, and took photos. The forest was quiet, pines, fir, and the occasional flick of a chickadee in the branches. Around dusk, I made camp in a small clearing near Dollar Lakes. I ate instant noodles, wrote in my logbook, and watched the alpine light fade until everything was purple and then black. Before I zipped into my tent, I sent a short voice message to Megan using my phone's offline recorder app. It would upload automatically when I regained service. "Hey, Meg," I said. "Everything's fine. I'm safe and heading home tomorrow morning. Don't worry if you don't hear from me until then." I remember how ordinary my voice sounded. Steady, a little tired. I placed the phone next to my headlamp and fell asleep to the soft wind brushing the nylon. The next morning was colder. My breath fogged as I packed up camp. The plan was to finish the final sample site, circle back down the Western Trail, and reach my car by late afternoon. I hiked steadily, checked off each waypoint, and stopped only for a granola bar lunch overlooking a narrow canyon. The world up there felt too big for sound. No traffic, no planes. Just the steady pulse of wind and my own breath. At around 2, the GPS on my handheld unit flickered. The map froze, blinked, and then the screen went white. It had enough charge. I tried restarting it twice. Still blank. My paper map showed I was about 3 miles from the return junction, so I decided to navigate manually using the topography. The canyon wall to my right curved northeast, and a shallow stream traced the floor below. It wasn't ideal, but I'd managed worse. By 4 o'clock, clouds rolled in fast. The light turned metallic, thin. I stopped to pull on my rain shell and check my phone. No bars. As expected, I kept moving, using the stream as a reference. The sound of water grew louder. Good sign, I thought. Maybe leading back toward the main drainage. Then something cracked behind me. It wasn't thunder. It was the distinct snap of weight on a dead branch. I turned, heart jumping, scanning the trees. Nothing moved. The forest looked normal, muted, almost drained of color in the gray light. I told myself it could be a deer or a falling limb. Still, I tightened the strap on my pack and kept walking. Quicker now. My boots splashed through the creek bed. 10 minutes later, the sound came again. Closer. I stopped and called out, "Hello." My voice bounced against the canyon. No answer. Just a faint echo that made me feel foolish. I waited, counted 30 seconds, then resumed walking. When the rain started, it came all at once. Sheets of cold water that everything into motion. I found partial cover beneath a rocky overhang, crouched there, and waited it out. The downpour lasted 20 minutes. By the time it thinned to drizzle, dusk was already creeping in. I checked my watch. 6:12 p.m., too late to reach the trailhead safely before dark. I decided to set up a temporary camp in the shelter of the overhang and hike out at first light. I laid down the ground tarp, propped my small tent, and changed into dry thermals. The air temperature was dropping fast, maybe in the low 40s. I lit my camp stove and heated a small pot of soup. The flame hissed steady, comforting. The rain eased to a mist. I felt calmer, more rational again. Whatever I'd heard earlier could have been anything. The mind starts inventing things when you're wet, tired, and alone. After eating, I crawled into my sleeping bag and turned on my phone to review my notes. Still no signal. I played a downloaded podcast for background noise, something familiar to fill the silence. When it ended, I must have dozed off. Sometime in the night, a vibration woke me. At first, I thought it was the phone's low battery warning, but when I picked it up, the screen showed an unread voice message from my own number. Timestamp 2014 AM. That didn't make sense. There was no service. I hadn't touched the recorder. Confused, I tapped play. The message began exactly like the one I'd recorded for Megan. My voice, same inflection, same words. "Hey, Meg, everything's fine. I'm safe and heading home tomorrow morning." Then, a pause. The next line came slower, heavier, as if dragged through static. Don't worry if you don't hear from me until then. But there was more after that. A low exhale. Then the same voice, mine, unmistakably, speaking again, deeper, strained. You didn't make it. The playback clicked off. My skin went cold all over. For a long minute I just stared at the screen, willing it to explain itself. Maybe the file corrupted. Maybe I'd hit record again by accident, and background noise distorted it. I replayed it once more. The final line was still there, slightly louder this time, the tone wrong in a way that's hard to describe, like someone trying to imitate me from memory. I set the phone down, pulse hammering in my ears. The tent fabric shifted softly in the wind, every rustle amplified. My logical brain kept listing possibilities. Playback glitch, accidental overlap, software error. But underneath, another part of me, the part that knew sound, pitch, the physical reality of hearing, was whispering that this wasn't right. I turned the phone off, stuffed it deep in my pack, and forced myself to breathe. Nothing bad had actually happened. I was just spooked. The rain outside had stopped completely, leaving that unnerving mountain quiet where you can hear your own heartbeat. I must have drifted in and out of shallow sleep, because the next thing I remember is faint dawn light leaking through the tent. The storm had cleared. My watch read 6:45 a.m. I packed quickly, eager to get moving and back to the car. Every sound in the forest felt magnified. The crunch of gravel, the zip of the tent, the squeak of wet fabric. I slung my pack, double-checked my direction, and started down the canyon. About an hour later, I regained weak cell service. Notifications flooded in all at once: weather alerts, a work email, and a missed call from Megan. The message icon showed my original voice note had finally uploaded. Relief loosened my chest. I texted her, "Hey, I'm on my way back now." All good, no reply. I figured she was still asleep on the East Coast. It was early there. I put the phone back in my pocket and kept hiking. By mid-morning, the trail widened and I spotted the faint tire ruts near the access road. The worst was behind me. The sense of relief was physical, like pressure lifting off my ribs. I reached the car around 11:20, tossed my pack in the back seat, and leaned against the door for a long breath. That's when the phone buzzed again. A voicemail alert. I assumed it was Megan returning my call, so I hit play on the speaker. Static filled the air first, harsh, almost digital distortion, and then my own voice came through. "Hey Meg. Everything's fine." Same words, same cadence. My stomach turned. The playback continued slower this time. Each word dragged like weight through mud. "I'm safe and heading home tomorrow morning." There was that same pause, then the breath. "You didn't make it." The message ended with a soft click. I sat frozen in the driver's seat, phone still in my hand. There was no indication of the number. It showed as unknown caller. The timestamp read 11:19 a.m. A minute earlier. I checked my call log. Nothing there. No incoming number, no record of an active line. For a moment, the world outside the windshield looked unreal. The brightness too sharp, the colors too clean, like a high contrast photograph. I forced myself to move. I turned on the ignition, gripping the wheel tighter than I needed to. The radio flickered to life with ordinary static, just interference. I muttered, trying to hear conviction in my own voice. Just signal overlap. But deep down, a small rational part of me noted something that didn't fit any technical explanation. The background of the recording, The faint hiss beneath my words wasn't wind or rain or static. It was the soft, uneven rhythm of footsteps, and they were moving away. I kept the radio on for the drive, not because I wanted the noise, but because silence felt like a vacuum waiting to pull me in. The weather station crackled between frequencies, voice fragments rising and falling like something underwater. I forced my attention on the road. Wet gravel, sunlight cutting through mist. The kind of light that looks sterile after a storm. My hands wouldn't stop shaking, so I gripped the steering wheel until the tendons hurt. Half an hour later, I reached the paved section near Lamoille Canyon and finally saw another car. A white pickup parked near the overlook. That small sign of other humans steadied me more than anything else. I pulled over to check my phone again. Full bars now. I called Megan right away. She answered on the second ring. Grace. Hey, I was starting to worry. Her voice was bright, normal, grounding. I exhaled hard, laughing a little. Yeah, got stuck waiting out a storm. Everything's fine. I figured. I got your message last night. The one you recorded. But it sounded kind of weird at the end. Like it glitched. My breath caught. What do you mean, weird? I don't know, she said. It played, then the audio slowed down, and it sounded like, I don't know. Like you said something else, but I couldn't make it out. It kind of creeped me out, honestly. I stared at the phone screen, heart pounding again. What time did you get it? She paused. Around 2 in the morning your time, maybe a little after. It said it was sent at 6 p.m. though. The same timestamp, same distortion. I rubbed my temple. Okay, that's just a transfer delay. Probably a compression issue in the cloud upload. I've had files glitch before out here. You sure you're okay? She asked. You sound off. I'm fine. I lied. I'm heading back to Elko now. I'll text when I hit town. We said goodbye. But I left the line open a few seconds longer, listening for something. Nothing but static hum. I tossed the phone into the passenger seat and drove. By the time I reached Elko, the surreal edge of the morning had dulled into exhaustion. I stopped for gas, washed my face in the restroom sink, and caught my reflection in the mirror. My eyes looked wrong, bloodshot, rimmed gray, like I hadn't slept in days. I told myself it was adrenaline crash. Nothing more. At a diner on Idaho Street, I ordered coffee and a sandwich, parked myself in a corner booth, and pulled out my notebook. I needed to write down everything before memory reshaped it. That's something fieldwork teaches you: record first, analyze later. I jotted down the events: time, weather, location. Each anomaly in the audio. I even described the tone of my own voice at the end of the message, the unnatural drag in the vowels. Seeing it on paper made it less mystical, more manageable. Just data points. When I opened the phone again, there were 2 saved versions of the same voice memo. One labeled Grace Lang, voice message labeled Grace Lang, unknown. Both had identical timestamps. I hadn't created duplicates. I compared their file sizes. The unknown one was smaller by a few kilobytes, probably compression. I played them back through earbuds, alternating between each. The first was my clean original. The second had that same degradation, pitch warping slightly lower near the end. But this time, the final phrase didn't say the full words. You didn't make it. Instead, it cut off halfway through. You didn't. Then silence. I sat frozen in the booth, earbuds still in. The waitress came by to refill my coffee, asked if everything was okay. I smiled too quickly. Yeah, just reviewing work audio. She moved on, and I stared at the waveform visualization on the screen. The final line registered as a low spike, not unlike wind interference, except its pattern repeated twice within the same second. An echo folded over itself. I saved both files to my cloud drive and deleted them from local storage. I told myself it was just to preserve data integrity, but the truth was simpler. I didn't want them on my phone anymore. By evening, I'd checked into a roadside motel, one of those places with faded carpet and humming neon signs. I showered, washed the mud off my boots, and plugged my phone in to charge. The rational explanations were holding together. Barely, but I needed confirmation. I decided to email the recordings to my coworker, Colin, our in-house audio technician. He'd once helped isolate background frequencies from soil sampling equipment. If anyone could confirm it was just distortion, it was him. I attached the files, typed a short note. Hey, Colin, can you run these through a quick analysis when you have time? They might have data corruption from low signal upload. No rush. Grace. Before I hit send, I hesitated. My hand hovered over the keyboard. I felt ridiculous. They might have data corruption. What was I expecting him to find? A ghost in the waveform. I pressed send anyway. Later that night, after microwave dinner from the motel lobby, I tried to unwind. I turned on the TV for background noise, local news, then some rerun sitcom. But my mind kept circling back to the sound of that breath, the weight of it. When I finally lay down, I left the lamp on. Around midnight, my phone buzzed with an email notification. Colin, just got your files. Ran a quick spectrogram. The first one looks clean. The second one's metadata is strange. It has two overlapping audio layers, like one was recorded over the other without erasing it. I can't tell how that'd happen unless your phone buffered the mic input. Could be a glitch in the recorder app. Want me to run a deeper scan tomorrow? I reread that last line. Two overlapping layers. That could explain the duplication, even the distortion. But it didn't explain the timing or the fact that the second layer contained words I'd never spoken. I wrote back, sure, please do. Thanks. Then I set the phone face down and stared at the ceiling. The motel's air conditioner clicked every few minutes. Each time it did, I flinched. Sleep came in short bursts. At one point, I dreamed I was back under the overhang, rain dripping on nylon. My voice repeating from somewhere outside the tent, muffled through static. I'm safe, I'm safe, I'm safe. When I woke, my throat hurt, like I'd been talking in my sleep. Morning brought sunlight sharp as glass. I checked my phone. No new messages from Colin. I made coffee, packed up, and decided to drive straight back to Reno. I needed distance from the mountains. I kept the phone on the seat beside me, half hoping it would buzz just to prove the world still worked normally. 2 hours into the drive, I noticed something small but unsettling. Every few minutes, my phone screen would flash awake for a second, like it was being triggered remotely. No notifications, no calls. Just a brief glow, then dark again. I adjusted the settings, turned off Bluetooth, closed all apps. It kept happening. At a rest stop outside Battle Mountain, I pulled over and checked the battery log. According to the system, the microphone had been activated 4 separate times overnight, for durations of 2 to 5 seconds each. There were no associated recordings. I tried not to panic. Some apps access the mic for background calibration. It didn't have to mean anything. Still, I disabled the permissions, shut off Wi-Fi, and powered down the device completely. The rest of the drive passed in that uneasy, halfway calm where nothing happens, but your mind won't stop rehearsing what could. The desert outside blurred into beige waves. I reached Reno by mid-afternoon, dropped my samples off at the office, and drove home. My apartment felt strange after days in the open, quiet but heavy, like the air had been waiting for me. I made tea, sat by the window, and tried to read. The city noise outside, sirens, car horns, the hum of life, should have been comforting, but all it did was underline how isolated the mountains had felt. I realized how quickly loneliness could bend reality when no one else is there to confirm it. That night, Colin called. His voice was half apologetic. "Hey, Grace." I went deeper on that file. "I think your phone might have been running a duplicate recording instance. The two tracks don't just overlap. They're offset by about 3 seconds. Same start, but the second ends later. It's almost like you recorded your message twice without realizing it." I frowned. "But the words aren't the same." "That's what's weird," he admitted. "The second track begins as your message, then diverges. It actually sounds like your voice continues past where the first stops. Could be residual caching from another session, but I can't find matching data elsewhere. Maybe corrupted mic input saved as ghost audio." "Ghost audio," I repeated dryly. "That's a cheerful phrase." He chuckled. "Technical term, I swear. Anyway, send me the original recorder app name. I'll check if there's a known bug." After we hung up, I searched the app online. No mention of duplicated recordings. No user reports. Nothing resembling my experience. I sat there, staring at the search results, until the kettle's whistle startled me. Later, I replayed the remaining file one last time, this time on my laptop through external speakers. The distortion was subtler now, like the compression had stabilized. The voice that followed my own wasn't identical anymore. It was lower, yes, but slower in rhythm too, as if mimicking breath between words, pausing where a human would. When it reached the final phrase, I could hear what I'd missed before. The second voice didn't say, "You didn't make it." It said, "You didn't make it down." The last word blurred, caught between consonants and static. Then quiet. I stopped the playback, sat perfectly still. My apartment suddenly felt too bright, too exposed. The window reflection showed my own face, doubled against the night outside. I thought about the steps in the recording, the timing, the gap between versions. Somewhere in the back of my head, a possibility took shape. Technical, explainable, and somehow worse for it. Maybe there hadn't been an outside voice at all. Maybe the second layer had recorded later, when I was already asleep. And maybe I'd spoken those words myself. The mind has a way of chasing itself into corners when logic runs out. That night, I couldn't stop replaying what Colin said. 2 overlapping tracks offset by seconds. One of them recorded later. The simplest explanation was also the ugliest. That I had sleep-talked, and somehow the recorder app had picked it up after the original file ended. Sleep-talking wasn't new for me. Megan used to tease me about it back in college. But this was different. The line, "You didn't make it down," didn't sound like unconscious mumbling. It was deliberate, structured. It sounded like a warning. I left the laptop open and set my beside it on the kitchen table. My plan was basic: run a test. If I could reproduce even part of what happened, I could put it to rest. I opened the same voice recorder app, hit record, said my name and the date, then turned off the lights and sat in silence for 10 minutes. When I played it back, it was exactly what I'd said. Clean, linear, no hidden track. I did it again. This time recording for half an hour while I walked around the apartment, brushed my teeth, got ready for bed. The playback was equally ordinary. That should have been comforting, because I knew I hadn't done anything unusual on that mountain either. I went to bed around midnight but couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that overhang dripping rain, the shape of the tent glowing faintly from inside. I kept wondering what had happened after I fell asleep that night. Whether I'd gotten up, moved around, maybe talked without realizing. The more I tried to remember, the fuzzier it got. At 3 a.m., I gave up and opened my notebook. I started listing what I knew for sure. 1. The recording's timestamp matched the night I camped in the canyon. 2. There was no cell service. It couldn't have uploaded until morning. 3. The second layer continued beyond the original message, and I never consciously spoke those words. 4. Colin's analysis showed both layers captured on the same device within a few seconds of each other. From there, the possibilities narrowed. Either I'd accidentally restarted recording in my sleep, or the app had glitched and spliced fragments of another file. The second seemed likely, until I remembered that exact phrase. You didn't make it down. It wasn't random, it described an outcome. The next morning, I called Colin again. "Humor me," I said. "If I accidentally hit record again, after I fell asleep, could the phone overwrite the original message, but keep the same metadata?" He paused. "Not without you reopening the app. Did you have any automation set, like voice activation or motion triggers?" "No." "Then no. The only other way would be if the file got corrupted and merged with cached audio fragments. Some phones store temporary speech recognition data. Maybe it combined them. You might have been talking in your sleep, and it recorded that into the tail of the original. Could it pick up background noise and translate it as speech?" I asked. "In theory, but it wouldn't form coherent sentences." I thanked him and hung up, then sat staring at the phone on the table. It was possible, sure, but I couldn't shake the sense that my own voice had said something I already feared. Every part of that trip, from the storm to the silence to the strange footsteps I thought I heard, had built toward one quiet thought I hadn't dared speak, that I might not make it back. Maybe that fear had found its way out through sleep, a self-authored omen captured by the microphone. Later that afternoon, I drove back to the office to drop off equipment. My supervisor, Dana, was there reviewing field data. She looked up when I walked in. "You look like hell, Lang. Everything all right?" I smiled faintly. "Just tired." "Rough trip," she nodded. "Storms rolled through faster than expected. You were lucky you camped where you did." They had a partial landslide near Dollar Lakes that night. One of the tributary trails collapsed. Forest Service sent a report this morning. I froze. When? Overnight. Probably between midnight and 3. You didn't see anything? No. My throat felt dry. I was under a rock ledge. She frowned at her monitor. "Yeah. You picked the safest spot possible, apparently." She gave me a look. "Good instincts." I nodded, forcing a thin laugh. Inside, my stomach twisted. Midnight to 3. Exactly when the duplicate recording must have been made. You didn't make it down. I drove home on autopilot. Every traffic light seemed too long. When I reached the apartment, I pulled up the topographic map of my route. The overhang where I'd camped sat less than half a mile from that tributary path, the one that collapsed. Had I camped anywhere else, I would have been caught in it. My phone buzzed with a new email from Colin. Subject line, spectrogram anomaly. I hesitated before opening it. Hey Grace, he'd written. Ran one more pass on that waveform. There's a low frequency pattern between 40-60 A's right before the second voice begins. Sounds like movement. Maybe wind or steps. Hard to tell. Anyway, it's definitely environmental, not digital. Thought you'd want to know. Movement, not interference. I closed the laptop and sat back. My first reaction wasn't fear. It was something closer to recognition. I remembered the sound under the overhang, the rhythm of rain shifting against the tarp, the way it almost sounded like someone walking just beyond the drip line. Maybe my subconscious had been awake enough to register it, and that half-awareness bled into the recording as a whispered warning to myself. That should have been enough to end it. The neat psychological bow. But the human brain doesn't like partial answers. It gnaws on them. Over the next week, I tried to return to normal. Work, errands, noise. I went through the motions, but every sound carried too much meaning. The ring of my phone, the hiss of the kettle, the mechanical click of my apartment's thermostat. All of them tiny reminders that machines are always listening. One night, Megan called. So, did you figure it out? She asked, half teasing. Mostly, I said. Phone glitch. Probably mixed with me talking in my sleep. That's your official line. It's the only one that doesn't make me sound insane. She laughed softly. You're allowed to be freaked out, you know. I listened to that file again, and even I got chills. Delete it, I said. Seriously, just delete it. She promised she would. Whether she actually did, I'm not sure. A few nights later, I found myself scrolling through my audio logs. I hadn't planned to. It was just idle curiosity turned habit. There, at the top of the list, was a new file dated the previous morning. File name, voice message Zolo 2. I hadn't recorded anything. For a full minute, I just stared at it. No metadata beyond timestamp and duration. 14 seconds. I played it. Silence for the first 3 seconds. Then my own breathing. Faint but recognizable. The rustle of fabric, a small exhale. And my voice, quiet but clear, I keep hearing you. Then the stop click. That was all. I checked the file details. Created at 6:12 a.m. Around the same time I'd been making coffee, half awake. Maybe I'd brushed the record icon by accident. Maybe the phone had been triggered by motion, though I'd turned all that off. Still, I deleted it. I even cleared the app cache, disabled the microphone permissions again, and locked the screen. Then I tossed the phone face down on the counter and walked away. I didn't sleep much that night. Over the next few days, no new recordings appeared. Life slowly tilted back toward normal. But I started noticing something subtle whenever I used the phone. An almost imperceptible delay after I spoke into it. Whether I was leaving a voicemail, dictating a note, or calling work, there was a tiny lag. A breath's pause before my own voice fed back through the speaker. It wasn't technical delay, it was timing. Like an echo waiting to see if I'd repeat myself. Eventually I switched to a new phone. New number, new recorder app. I kept the old one powered off in a drawer, just in case. Colin told me he wiped the files from his server after finishing the analysis. I didn't ask if he'd listened again. Months passed. Work assignments kept me closer to town. I stayed out of the mountains. But sometimes, on nights when the wind hits the building just right, and the pipes hum through the walls, I think about that rain under the overhang. The steps pacing slow, the breath that wasn't mine. It's easy to say the voice was just me, half asleep, predicting danger, and saving myself by accident. That's the story I tell when people ask why I won't camp alone anymore. It sounds rational, human. Still, part of me wonders about the version of myself that didn't wake up in time. The one who didn't make it down. If sound can echo through canyons, why not through time? Maybe somewhere in that collapsed tributary, beneath all that wet shale, a phone kept recording for a few seconds longer. Maybe the voice that warned me wasn't a warning at all. Maybe it was a report. My name is Marcus Hall, and in the fall of 2022, I spent 3 nights alone in Daniel Boone National Forest, about an hour south of Moorhead, Kentucky. I'd been planning the trip for weeks, part hiking, part photography, mostly an excuse to get away from work and noise. I'd camped before, plenty of times, but always at designated sites. This time I wanted to go a little deeper, off trail, somewhere that felt untouched. The forest there has a kind of heaviness to it. Not menacing exactly, just old. Layers of moss and oak leaves, so thick that even a light step sinks and muffles. I parked at a pull, off along Forest Road 918, where the gravel turns narrow and overgrown, then hiked in until I lost the sound of cars entirely. The air was damp and smelled like iron, maybe from the red clay or the rain that had passed through the night before. I followed a small creek downhill for a while, until I found a flat patch near a cluster of sycamores. The spot felt right. Quiet but not eerie. Enough cover to break wind, enough open space for a fire ring. By sunset, I had the tent up, food bag hung, fire started. It was uneventful in the best way. Just me, the hiss of water on rock, the occasional whip, poor Will. Around 9, I took my flashlight and wandered, maybe 50 yards from camp to stretch my legs. That's when I saw it, half buried in leaves beside a fallen log. At first I thought it was just junk metal. Then I saw the teeth. It was an old bear trap, the kind with wide spring jaws and a pressure plate in the middle. Rusted deep brown but still solid. A chunk of chain lay beside it, broken, and what looked like old animal bones. Raccoon maybe, picked clean long ago. My first thought was how reckless it was for anyone to leave it out here. Those things could break a leg clean through. I nudged it with a stick. The hinge still moved. I didn't touch it beyond that. Just took a photo for curiosity's sake and headed back to camp. I slept fine that night, though I remember waking once to a snap somewhere nearby. Not the trap, just a branch, I told myself. Morning came slow. A fog had rolled through, thick enough to bead on the tent fabric. I made coffee, warmed up oatmeal, and went for another short walk before packing my camera gear. When I passed the spot where the trap had been, I stopped cold. It wasn't where I left it. The ground was disturbed, fresh leaves overturned, a shallow indentation in the dirt where the jaws had rested. But the trap itself was gone. I looked around, thinking maybe I'd marked the wrong log, but no, it had been here. I even found the broken chain link half buried. Someone had moved it, maybe even taken it. I tried to brush it off. Plenty of hunters use these woods. Maybe one came by early, found his old trap, picked it up. That was the easiest explanation. I went on with the day, took photos of the creek of dew on spiderwebs. That kind of quiet beauty you only get out there. By afternoon, I'd hiked a mile upstream, following the narrow cut where the water deepened between stone walls. I didn't see another soul all day. No boot prints, no litter, nothing. Around 4, clouds started to build again, and I turned back to beat the rain. When I reached camp, something caught my eye near the fire ring. Another bear trap. This one was newer. Not shiny new, but clean, steel unbroken and unmistakably set. Its jaws were open. Bait wired to the trigger plate, a chunk of raw meat, pale pink, maybe pork. There was no blood around it, no sign of struggle. No footprints besides mine. I froze a few feet away. It was placed right where I'd been sitting the night before. For a long minute I didn't move. I just watched the thing, half expecting it to snap shut on its own. Finally I crouched low, careful not to touch it, and looked closer. The meat was fresh, the wire still tight. Whoever said it had done so recently. Probably within the last couple hours. I called out, "Hello, anyone out there?" But the woods just swallowed it. My instinct said to leave. I could pack up and hike back to the car before dark. But part of me didn't want to panic over something that might have a harmless reason. A hunter, maybe. A prank, though that seemed unlikely this deep in. I decided to move the trap carefully aside, using a long branch. I triggered it from a distance. The jaws slammed shut so hard they sent dirt flying. The power in it startled me. I dragged the sprung trap a few feet away and left it there. The bait was still in place, untouched. That night, I couldn't shake the tension. Every rustle in the brush felt deliberate. The forest that had been calm 24 hours earlier now sounded too alive. Small movements just outside the glow of the fire. A slow shifting like someone testing their weight on leaves. Around midnight, I heard a metallic clink from the direction of the creek. Not loud, just faint, like chain brushing against stone. I told myself again, hunters. Maybe someone checking traps in the dark. But I didn't know of anyone who set bear traps this close to hiking areas. I didn't even think it was legal anymore. I stayed up until after 1. Fire burned down low, flashlight in hand. Nothing happened. When I woke the next morning, gray light filtered through the tent wall. My stomach turned before I even got out. I knew before I saw it. Another trap. This one sat less than 2 feet from my tent door. It was smaller, but newer still. The metal gleamed wetly from the dew. The bait, another chunk of meat, was centered on the plate. And scratched into the curve of the steel, rough but readable, were 5 letters. Marcius. I didn't touch it. I didn't even breathe for a second. The cold that went through me wasn't just fear, it was recognition. Someone had been close enough to know my name. My gear had my initials, but not my full name anywhere visible. The only thing that did was the permit tag in my pack, zipped up inside. I circled slowly, eyes scanning the tree line. Nothing. The forest looked unchanged, but every shadow seemed heavier now. I reached for my pack, heart pounding, and checked the tag. Still there, untouched. My food bag was still hanging from the branch. My camera still on the tripod. Nothing stolen. Nothing moved, except that trap. That was when I noticed something else: boot prints. Faint, almost perfect circles where the morning dew had darkened them. Not mine. They were larger, flatter at the heel, with deep tread leading from the creek toward camp, and then back the same way. Whoever it was had approached quietly, set the trap, and walked off before dawn. I thought about running right then, just leaving everything and hiking out. But panic in the woods can kill you faster than anything. I forced myself to breathe, to think. The nearest road was about 3 miles northwest. If I kept to the creek, I'd hit it eventually. But what if they were still out there, watching? I packed fast, shoved gear into the pack, skipped breakfast, dozed the fire with what was left of my water. I used my trekking pole to spring the new trap, keeping distance. When it snapped shut, the sound echoed across the clearing like a gunshot. Birds exploded out of the canopy. As I turned toward the creek, something metallic glinted near a root. I hesitated, then knelt. It was another chain, half buried, attached to nothing. Old, rusted, but cleanly cut at one end. A leftover piece. Maybe from the first trap I'd found. I didn't know why that small detail made me feel worse, but it did. The hike out was silent except for my own steps. No birds, no wind. I kept checking over my shoulder, certain I'd see someone following. I never did. The forest was empty, but not still. It felt like it was holding its breath. By the time I reached the gravel road, my nerves were shredded. My truck sat exactly where I'd left it, though when I got close, I noticed fresh mud on the driver's side door. A wide handprint, smeared and half-dried. I unlocked the door with shaking fingers, got in, and locked it immediately. The cab smelled faintly of wet metal. I looked around. Everything seemed in place. Camera bag, cooler, map. But I didn't stay to double-check. I started the engine and drove without looking back. The drive to town felt longer than the hike itself. Every curve in the road, I expected to see headlights behind me, but the mirror stayed empty. When I reached Moorhead, I pulled into a gas station, bought coffee, and tried to steady my hands enough to drink. That's when I realized something. There was dirt under my fingernails. Red clay like from the forest floor. I hadn't touched the ground with my bare hands all morning. I stared at it for a long time, trying to reason it out until I saw the smear of rust along my sleeve. I must have brushed the trap, I told myself. That had to be it. Still, I couldn't bring myself to drive home right away. I sat there in that gas station parking lot for almost an hour, watching the morning traffic roll past. Normal people, normal noise. Everything ordinary again except for the weight in my chest that wouldn't settle. That night, back home, I unpacked my gear in the garage. I expected the relief to hit once I was surrounded by walls and light. Instead, when I reached for my pack's side pocket, something rattled. I opened it and pulled out a short length of steel chain, fresh, unbroken, its edges still gleaming. I dropped it fast, heart slamming, because I knew exactly what it was. A piece from the newest trap, and I hadn't packed it. I stared at the length of chain lying on my garage floor, coiled like a snake. It wasn't long, maybe 18 inches, but the metal was bright, almost oily, as if it had been recently cleaned. I touched it with the tip of my shoe. The faint smell of grease rose from it, mixed with something sour, like wet fur. My first thought was simple disbelief. I'd been so careful packing. Every zipper, every compartment checked. I could picture the moment clearly. The pocket I'd pulled it from held only my flashlight and spare batteries when I left camp. No chain. There was no way I missed it. Still, I kept trying to explain it. Maybe I'd brushed it up when I was springing the last trap, and it caught on the fabric somehow. It wasn't impossible, just hard to swallow. I picked it up with a rag and dropped it into a bucket in the corner, then locked the garage and went inside. The rest of the evening passed in a kind of dull rhythm. Shower, leftover pizza, TV I didn't really watch. I tried to tell myself it was over, that what happened was just some backwoods lunatic with too much time and metal on his hands. But every few minutes I caught myself glancing at the window, half expecting to see movement in the dark yard beyond. At midnight, I gave up pretending I could sleep. I grabbed my laptop and looked up everything I could about trapping laws in Kentucky. According to the Department of Fish and Wildlife, bear trapping had been outlawed for decades. Even leg hold traps were restricted to smaller game and required permits. That ruled out any legal reason for those devices being out there. I found a few threads on hunting forums about ghost trappers, old timers who supposedly left traps to mark territory or scare off newcomers. But it all sounded like rural folklore. Nobody could name an actual case. Around 1, I went back to the garage. The air in there was cooler, still carrying that faint scent of oil and rust. I lifted the lid of the bucket. The chain hadn't moved, obviously. But there was a new mark on the inside of the metal pail. A thin scrape that hadn't been there earlier, as if the chain had shifted and dragged against it. That was enough to shut the lid again and go back inside. The next morning, I called the local sheriff's office. The woman who answered sounded patient but tired, like she'd heard every version of something weird in the woods before breakfast. I told her about the traps, the names scratched into one, the boot prints, the chain I found afterward. She asked if I'd taken photos. I said yes, and she asked me to email them. An hour later, a deputy named Price called me back. His tone was polite but thin with disbelief. He said they'd forward the report to Fish and Wildlife, but without an exact location or the traps themselves, there wasn't much to do. Illegal traps turned up now and then, usually old ones people never retrieved. As for my name being scratched into it, he suggested it might have been coincidence or a prank. A prank. That word stuck like a splinter. I thanked him and hung up. The rest of the week dragged. I kept thinking the unease would fade, but it didn't. At work, I caught myself staring at my screen without seeing anything. Every metallic click, a dropped wrench, a door latch, made my pulse jump. By Friday, I decided I needed proof. I couldn't stop replaying the image of that last trap in my head. Part of me wondered if I'd overreacted, if my fear had exaggerated what I saw. Maybe I'd misread the letters. Maybe it hadn't spelled my name at all. The human brain fills blanks when it's scared. That's what I told myself anyway. So I packed up again. Not for camping this time. Just to revisit the site, take proper photos. Maybe even find the first trap if it was still there. I told nobody where I was going. The drive back into Daniel Boone was quiet. Overcast sky, wind pushing leaves across the road. I parked in the same turnout as before. The forest looked unchanged, though I noticed fresh tire marks in the mud near the ditch. Wide ones, maybe from a truck. Could have been anyone. I hiked in with a smaller pack, carrying only my camera, a notepad, a bottle of water, and a folding knife I'd borrowed from my dad's old tackle box. The air felt cooler this time, the kind of chill that carries moisture in it. When I reached the creek, everything seemed normal. My fire ring was still there, half collapsed by rain. No traps in sight. No sign of human movement. I began photographing the area systematically, the clearing, the tree line, the creek bank. I even found the broken chain link from the first trap, exactly where I'd left it. That detail calmed me, more than it should have. It meant the world hadn't rearranged itself overnight. I spent maybe an hour there before, deciding to check downstream, where the faint boot prints had led that morning. I followed the creek for half a mile before it widened into a low marshy flat. That's when I saw the glint. It was metal again, but not a trap this time. A small tin box wedged under a log. I pulled it free. The lid was stiff with rust, but inside were several folded papers wrapped in plastic. They were water, stained but legible. They were maps. Each showed the same rough area of forest, hand-drawn in pencil. Trails, creeks, some marked with red X. I found the spot that matched where I was standing, and my stomach tightened. There was an X drawn there, circled twice. I looked around. No one. Just that steady drip of water and the faint hum of insects. I pocketed the maps and headed back toward camp, trying to ignore the way my nerves prickled with every sound. When I reached the clearing again, the light had dimmed. Late afternoon, maybe. I turned to photograph the sycamore cluster one last time and froze. There was a trap again, right where my fire ring had been. Same size as the one with my name, same clean metal, same raw bait. I felt the old panic surge back. I scanned the trees. Nothing moved. The trap sat perfectly centered, as if placed with care. I took a photo, zoomed in. There were new scratches on the jaw, but from where I stood I couldn't tell what they formed. I edged closer, watching the ground for trip wires or other traps. My boots sank in soft mud. When I was close enough to see clearly, my breath caught. It didn't say Maris US this time. It said BCK. Just that. 5 letters again, carved deep into the metal. I don't know how long I stood there staring. Part of me waited for a sound, a voice, a hint of movement to make sense of it. But there was only the wind, moving through the canopy. When I finally stepped back, my heel caught on something hard. I looked down and saw a second trap half buried under leaves, jaws closed, chain stretching out of sight into the brush. The bait was gone, just a dark stain where it had been. That was enough. I turned and started back the way I came, walking fast but steady. Every instinct screamed not to run. When I hit the main creek, I followed it downstream instead of toward the road. I figured if someone was watching the trail, they'd expect me to go the same way I came in. The forest closed tight around me. The light dimmed faster than it should have. Every few minutes, I thought I heard something parallel to me through the trees. Just a shuffle, then silence. Once, I caught the metallic tick of a chain again, closer this time. By the time I reached the next clearing, my lungs were burning. I crouched behind a boulder, listening. Nothing. Just my own ragged breath. When I finally made it back to the truck, dusk had settled in. The air was heavy with the smell of rain again. I climbed in and slammed the locks down, gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles ached. On instinct, I checked the passenger seat. There was something resting there that hadn't been before. The tin box. The same one I'd found under the log, still streaked with mud. I hadn't taken it out of my pack. My bag was zipped on the floorboard, unopened. I sat frozen for a long time. Then I started the truck and drove. By the time I reached the edge of the forest, rain had begun. Hard. Sudden, hammering the windshield so loud it drowned every other sound. I didn't stop until I hit a motel outside Moorhead. Inside the room, with the door locked and chain latched, I finally opened the box again. The maps were gone. In their place was a single folded paper, blank except for one line scrawled in the center. Leave it closed. The handwriting was rough, but oddly careful, as if someone had written slowly with a dull blade instead of a pen. I sat on the edge of the bed, holding the note under the lamp, and for the first time since the trip began, I realized how deeply someone had been tracking me. They'd been close enough to my camp, my car, even my gear, to leave whatever they wanted. That night I didn't sleep. Every sound outside, the rain gutter, a passing truck, a door in the next room, made me flinch. Around 3 in the morning, I checked the window and saw headlights flash once across the parking lot, then vanish. No car passed. No engine. Just light. By dawn, I'd made up my mind. I'd go to the ranger station, hand over the box and photos, and let it end there. I wanted to be done with the forest. Done with the traps. But when I stepped outside, something small and heavy sat on the hood of my truck. A bear trap. Sprung open, no bait, jaws rusted, but unmistakably the same kind. A folded paper rested inside its jaws, weighted with a stone. I didn't have to open it to know it was addressed to me. The note lay folded inside the sprung jaws like an invitation. I stood there in the motel parking lot, morning air cool and damp, watching steam rise off the hood of my truck. The trap's metal was wet from dew, but the paper inside looked dry, tucked perfectly in place as if whoever exactly had known exactly when I'd come out. I glanced around. The lot was empty. 2 other cars sat a few spaces away, both cold. The office blinds were shut. Somewhere a vending machine hummed. I told myself to leave it, to get in the truck, drive home, and forget all of it. But curiosity has a cruel gravity. I used the end of my key to slide the note out. It was a single scrap of lined paper, torn unevenly. The handwriting was the same as before. Angled, deliberate, written with pressure that indented the page. 4 words this time. You left it open. That was all. I didn't understand at first. Then I remembered the trap I'd sprung before leaving the forest. The one I'd tripped with a branch to make sure no one, or nothing, could step in it. I'd left it open. That had to be what this meant. Someone had been there after me, watching, close enough to know exactly what I'd done. I stood frozen until a truck passed on the highway, beyond the trees, breaking the silence. Then I forced myself to move. I picked up the trap carefully, set it in the bed of my pickup, and went back to the motel room to gather my gear. I didn't even stay long enough to check out properly. The ranger station sat about 15 miles down the highway, a small building near a picnic area with a flagpole and weathered signboard. When I walked in, a middle-aged ranger behind the counter looked up, eyes narrowing slightly at the metal trap under my arm. "Morning," she said. "Can I help you?" I explained everything. How I'd found the first rusted trap, then the new ones, the one with my name, the notes, the chain, the maps, all of it. I showed her the photos on my phone. She listened politely, nodding now and then, her expression unreadable. When I finished, she exhaled slowly. "Sir, trapping black bear's been illegal here since the 70s, she said. "Most of what we find now are old relics. Sometimes hunters leave them out for other game, though that's still not allowed." "Where exactly was this?" I pointed out the location on her wall map. She squinted, then made a small sound. "That's near Cane Creek drainage. Used to be some private parcels around there. Logging land, before the boundary changed. Could be somebody never stopped coming." I told her about the writing on the traps, about my name, about the notes. That part made her pause. "You sure it said your name?" I have photos. She nodded but didn't ask to see them again. I'll have a warden take a look out that way, she said finally. But for your safety, I'd steer clear. People get possessive out here. You camp alone.
Yeah. Don't anymore.
That was the last thing she said before turning to a stack of forms. I left the trap with her and drove home. The whole way I kept checking my mirrors. Nothing followed. The tension started to ibby somewhere around Lexington, replaced by the hollow exhaustion that comes after too much adrenaline. By the time I pulled into my driveway, the sky was clear, sun cutting through thin clouds, everything back to normal. I wanted to believe that was the end. 2 days later, a call came from an unknown number. I almost ignored it, but something made me answer. "This Marcus Hall?" a man's voice asked. "Yes, this is Warden Gentry, Kentucky Fish and Wildlife. Got your report about the traps. We sent a guy out to check the area." My chest tightened. Did he find anything? Couple old ones, all sprung, nothing recent. No sign of bait or campfire. He said the clearing's washed out. Looks like flood runoff cleared half of it. You sure about the dates? "I'm sure," I said. "All right. Appreciate you bringing it in. If anything else shows up, give us a call." "But sounds like someone was pulling your leg. You'd be surprised how much junk people leave out there." He hung up before I could say more. I sat with the phone in my hand, listening to the dial tone. Something about his tone. It wasn't dismissive exactly, more cautious. Like he was leaving something out. That night, I dreamed of the creek. The sound of water over stone, the fog, the slow metallic click of jaws closing. When I woke, the room was dark except for a pale square of moonlight on the floor. For a second, I thought I saw a shape in it. A thin line like a chain stretching across the light. I blinked, and it was gone. 3 days passed without incident. I started to believe it might really be over. Then, on Thursday morning, I went out to the garage. The smell hit me first. Iron and rot. The bucket where I'd dumped the first chain was gone. In its place, on the concrete, sat another trap. Smaller this time, teeth cleaner, freshly oiled. The bait was a torn piece of cloth. My old flannel shirt. The one I'd left in the truck bed after the trip. I stepped back so fast I hit the workbench. My heart was pounding so loud I could barely hear. I grabbed my phone, took a photo, and called the sheriff again. Deputy Price answered. I told him someone had broken into my garage. Left another trap. He said they'd send someone by. An hour later, he showed up. A young guy, maybe early 30s. Hair too neat for someone who worked rural beats. He looked at the trap, took a few notes, then crouched beside it. "Doesn't look like it's been sprung," he said.
You touch it.
"No. I found it like that." He stood, looking at me a long moment. "You got enemies, Mr. Hall?" "Not that I know of." He nodded slowly, then knelt again, examining the metal. When he straightened up, his face had changed slightly, tighter, more alert. "What?" I asked. He pointed to the inner rim of the trap's jaw. Scratched faintly into the metal were 2 words, almost hidden by oil and light. "To-light-T." I felt the room tilt. The deputy took the trap for evidence, promised to file a report. He asked if I wanted to stay somewhere else for the night. I said no. Though even as I said it, I knew I wouldn't sleep here. After he left, I packed a bag and drove to my brother's place in Lexington. I told him it was a work thing. He didn't ask questions. 2 days later, Deputy Price called again. He said the trap I'd turned in was new, modern steel custom modified. The bait was animal fat mixed with blood, probably deer. The kicker was the manufacturer's stamp had been filed off. Whoever made it didn't want it traced. He also said the garage door lock showed no sign of forced entry. How's that possible? I asked. Could have picked it. Could have had a spare key. You lose one. No. Well, he said, his voice tightening. We'll keep you posted. They never called back. For a week I stayed at my brother's, sleeping little, checking windows constantly. Every sound, a dog barking, a truck backfiring, felt like a warning. Eventually I had to go home. You can't live forever in borrowed space. When I returned, the house was untouched. Everything exactly as I'd left it. The garage was empty. For the first time in weeks, I felt something close to relief, until I saw the letter in the mailbox. No return address. Just my name, printed neatly. Inside was a single photograph, my tent, taken from the trees. The morning I found the trap with my name on it. I could see myself in the frame, crouched by the fire ring, looking down at it. The angle was too far to have been from another camper. It was taken with a long lens. On the back of the photo, written in the same hand as the notes, "You were supposed to stay." I don't remember how long I stood there holding it. The paper shook in my hand, the image trembling. I felt the world narrow around me, a tunnel of soundless air. I moved out of that house 2 weeks later. Sold the truck. Changed my number. Haven't been back to Daniel Boone since. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, no matter where I am, I swear I still hear it. That faint metallic clink, slow and deliberate, like something being set just out of sight. And every time, I picture that last trap. The one with the words etched deep enough to last longer than memory. T.O. Late. My name is Isla Moran, and I had always believed I was the kind of person who could read the woods. The subtle grammar of wind in the canopy, the punctuation of broken twigs, the pauses between bird calls. I work as a field surveyor for the Forest Service, assigned that summer to document campsite conditions in the Bitterroot National Forest, western Montana. It was not glamorous work, but it was solitary, and I liked that. The assignment required 4 nights alone, traveling by foot between designated primitive sites along an old trail network that had seen little maintenance in years. The route curved through the foothills west of Hamilton, then followed the Lost Horse Creek drainage until it met the higher ridges where ponderosa and lodgepole pines thickened. My supervisor, Dean Kessler, had signed my itinerary and joked that I'd probably find more ticks than tents. By late July, the days were long and dry. I left my truck at a small trailhead around noon, the air brittle with resin and heat. My pack weighed 40-odd pounds, enough for 4 days if I rationed carefully. I carried a topographic map, compass, and a GPS unit that never seemed to agree with either. The first miles were easy. The trail cut through open meadow where grass brushed my knees and the hum of insects formed a steady backdrop. But as elevation climbed, the forest grew denser, light thinning to a copper haze. I noted fallen snags, fire scars, and 2 illegal fire rings, marking them on the clipboard I kept tucked under my arm. Around 5 in the afternoon, I found the site marked Phase 17 on my map. Flat ground beneath a cluster of old pines, 30 yards from a narrow creek. The trunks rose straight as pillars, and the canopy muffled sound. I could hear the creek but not see it. A voice murmuring behind curtains of fern and duff. I set my tent between two of the wider trunks, brushed pine needles aside, and felt a mild satisfaction in the neatness of the circle I cleared. Evening settled slow and amber. I cooked instant noodles over a small stove, logged my observations, and sat against a root listening to the forest close itself. Somewhere above me, an owl stirred. At first there was nothing unusual, only the small, constant movement that makes a forest feel alive. Then, near dusk, I noticed a few piles of pine needles around the site. They weren't random scatterings. Each was loosely shaped like a crude human figure. A head, shoulders, torso, tapering legs. Maybe knee-high at most. Someone had been here before me, playing with debris, perhaps kids or bored hikers. I brushed one apart with the toe of my boot, half amused, and thought little of it. Night cooled quickly. The breeze dropped, and the forest shifted into that deep hush where sound carries far. I turned in early, my lantern dim behind the tent fabric. Sometime past midnight, I woke to what I first thought was rain. A faint ticking sound overhead, like drops on canvas. When I opened my eyes, I saw the silhouette of pine boughs swaying lightly against a clear sky. No rain. The sound was dry, a soft pat of something falling intermittently. I unzipped the flap halfway and looked out. Nothing moved beyond the tent. The air smelled sharp, dusty. Then came another pat, a small clump of pine needles landing near the entrance. The breeze must have loosened them. I let the thought settle and zipped the tent again. By morning the forest felt newly washed, though no rain had fallen. I stepped out barefoot to stretch. That's when I saw them again. The needle figures, more of them now. Small piles encircling my tent in uneven spacing, maybe a dozen total. Each one positioned upright, as though someone had crouched to arrange it with care. I crouched too, frowning. The shapes were simple but deliberate. I told myself some campers before me might have made them, and wind or animals scattered them last night, reforming coincidence into pattern. It was the kind of explanation that fit inside daylight. Still, I made a note in my log, found small anthropomorphic needle piles, possibly children or local art habit. After breakfast I packed my gear and prepared to move to Site Fay 18, another 4 miles east along a narrower trail. I paused to photograph the site for documentation. Tent area, fire ring, creek proximity. And that's when I noticed something off about the ground near my pack. My footprints were missing, not erased by wind, just gone as if the ground had never been disturbed. The soil around the tent looked smooth, the layer of needles undisturbed, except where the small figures sat. I could still see the depressions from my stove stand and the outline where I'd placed the clipboard, but not the trail of my boots leading to the tent. I bent closer, heart thudding once, hard. It was absurd to think the forest had tidied itself. Perhaps new needles had dropped overnight, covering the prints evenly. That had to be it. I told myself so out loud. Needle fall overnight, I muttered into the air. Perfectly even coverage. Lucky timing. Still, the air felt heavier after I said it, as if the forest was listening for confirmation. I brushed one of the small figures aside again and watched it collapse soundlessly. Beneath, the soil was faintly damp, darker than the surrounding ground, as though something had pressed there long enough to hold moisture. At 9 a.m., I set off eastward. The first mile rose steeply through switchbacks, and the exertion steadied my nerves. Once I reached the ridge, the view opened, rolling green to every horizon, smoke from a distant prescribed burn smudging the sky. The trail narrowed. grown over by grass and thistle. By midday, heat shimmered between the trunks. I found myself checking the ground often, looking for prints, my own or anyone else's. There were a few elk tracks, a bear print softened by days, but no human treads since my own from that morning. When I stopped for lunch beside the creek, I realized how quiet everything was. The kind of silence that isn't absence, but watchfulness. Even the insects seemed to have withdrawn deeper into the brush. I ate quickly and kept moving. Site Fein 18 was supposed to sit near a small clearing, bordered by a cluster of old-growth pines. I reached it close to 4 in the afternoon. It was larger and brighter than the last one, sunlight spilling through wide gaps in the canopy. Relief loosened something in me. I pitched my tent, logged the condition of the fire ring, and wrote another entry. Previous site, possible youth vandalism or ritualistic art using pine litter. I did not add how the shapes had reappeared overnight, or how the ground forgot me. That detail stayed private, at least for now. Evening came warm, the air thick with the smell of sap and dust. I read a paperback until the words blurred, then stretched out on my sleeping pad. Sometime before dark, a dry rustle moved through the pines. Not wind exactly, more like shifting weight, as though something large but cautious rearranged itself above me. I froze, counting heartbeats. The noise stopped. I switched off my lamp, waited, and listened. Silence again. Then a faint ticking, the same sound as the night before. I stared at the fabric ceiling, jaw tight. I told myself it was debris, pine needles falling from heat expansion. It made sense. Everything in a forest eventually falls. The thought carried me toward uneasy sleep. At dawn, gray light seeped in. I sat up slowly, reluctant to look outside, but curiosity overrode dread. I unzipped the flap and leaned out. The ground around the tent was patterned again. The needle figures, smaller this time, closer, arranged in 2 uneven rings. In the center lay one larger shape, stretched the length of my own body, arms slightly bent, head angled toward the tent entrance. The stillness was absolute. Not a leaf stirred. I stepped outside carefully, half expecting the shapes to scatter under my breath. They did not. I crouched to inspect the central figure. The needles were interwoven, as if someone, or something, had taken time to braid them lightly. Beneath, I saw the faintest outline in the dirt, the tread of boot, but not mine. The pattern was narrower, sharper, maybe a man's size 9 hiking sole. There had been no other campers on the trail. I'd have seen their sign. Broken brush, scuffed duff. None. I backed away, heart loud in my ears, and began to dismantle my camp. My hands moved fast but methodically. Tent poles, stakes, stove. I wanted distance, not panic. By the time the sun cleared the trees, my pack was ready. I glanced once more at the ground. The central shape seemed darker now, like the earth had drawn it inward. As I turned to leave, I checked for my boot prints again. They were gone. Not buried, not brushed over. Gone clean, the soil smooth as if poured fresh. In their place, a faint scatter of new needle shapes trailed into the trees ahead. For the first time in my professional life, I broke protocol. I left the official trail, cutting a direct path downslope toward the creek, determined to reach my truck a day early. The descent was rough, bracken catching at my legs, branches raking my arms. Each time I paused to catch breath, I heard the same dry patter behind me, a few needles falling, then stillness. I never saw anyone. By late afternoon, the terrain leveled near the lower drainage. I found a faint logging road, half reclaimed by grass, and followed it west. When I reached the trailhead, the lot was empty except for my truck baking in sun. Dust clung to the windshield where I'd written my departure. Time 2 days earlier, Isla M. July 23, 100 Hrs. The dust marks were still there, untouched. But when I circled to the back to stow my pack, something on the ground made me stop. A neat pile of pine needles, shaped like a small figure, lay centered behind the tailgate. For a long minute I just stood there, the tailgate half open, heat rising off the asphalt. The small figure of needles looked almost fragile against all that emptiness. It was only 3 inches long, but its proportions were exact. Head, shoulders, limbs tapering neatly. The breeze didn't move it. My first thought was that someone had followed me down the ridge, that the quiet tracking I'd felt wasn't paranoia, but another person. Yet there were no tire marks, no footprints in the fine grit that covered the pullout. I crouched, took a photo, and said aloud, "Probably wind-blown debris." My voice sounded rehearsed, like a line you repeat to make it true. I brushed the shape aside with my boot. The needles scattered easily. Still under them, the ground showed a faint, darker outline. Damp again, as if moisture had pooled there overnight. I drove. The forest road unspooled in ruts and dust. It was 16 miles back to pavement, another 20 to the ranger station in Hamilton. I told myself I'd report it as vandalism, though I already knew how that would sound. Unidentified person arranging pine, litter into figures. Dean would laugh, tell me some local kids had been watching too many horror movies. Halfway down the road, I stopped at a turnout to collect my thoughts. My hands were trembling on the steering wheel. I hadn't eaten since dawn. The forest here looked different. Brighter, almost gentle. The pines rose straight, light angling between them like thin sheets of gold. Nothing menacing, just trees. I got out, stretched, walked a few paces toward the ditch. My boots left clear impressions in the dust, a small relief. I turned back to check them once more before climbing in. Still there. When I reached the pavement, I exhaled. Civilization felt close enough to touch. The ranger station sat at the edge of town, a squat log building half hidden behind cottonwoods. Dean's truck wasn't there. He rotated weekends with another supervisor. Inside, the air was cool and smelled faintly of coffee and pine cleaner. I filled out a routine incident form, minor sag disturbance, possible unauthorized activity, and left the photos on his desk. But I didn't mention the footprints, or the silence, or how the ground kept forgetting me. Back home in my small rented duplex, I showered twice, scrubbed the smell of smoke and resin from my skin. The normal noises of town, traffic hum, a dog barking down the block, someone mowing a lawn, felt almost intrusive after so many days of quiet. I should have been relieved. Instead, I kept glancing at the floor, half expecting to see small brown flecks of needles near the door. I slept poorly. Around 3 a.m., a faint scratching sound woke me. I thought it was my cat, then remembered I didn't own one. The sound came from outside, near the porch. Light, irregular, like something brushing against wood. I pulled the curtain aside. Nothing there. The street lamp cast a pale circle on the gravel drive. I watched a few seconds longer, then turned away. Morning brought rational thought again. I convinced myself the noise had been wind or a loose branch. Still, when I left for the office, I paused on the porch step. There, at the edge of the welcome mat, lay a single pine needle, long and dry, darker than local species. The nearest pine tree in town was 2 blocks away. That week I buried myself in data entry, campground reports, erosion assessments, maintenance logs. I tried to file my own experience under odd but explainable. Dean skimmed my paperwork Thursday morning and whistled low. "Kids again?" he asked. "Probably," I said. He nodded. "We'll get these little cultish art things every summer. Stone stacks, twig dolls. That kind of nonsense. Keep an eye out next round." I wanted to believe that. I even wrote a small note to myself: rational B patterns, not intent. On Friday he assigned me a follow-up survey near the same drainage, only a day trip this time. "No overnight," he added, maybe noticing my hesitation. "Just check the lower sites, confirm cleanup." I said yes before I could think better of it. By noon I was back on the forest road. The air shimmered with heat. Every mile deeper made the world narrower. When I reached Site Fay 14, the last before the ridge climb, the fire ring was cold, the ground trampled with elk prints. Nothing odd. Then, beside a stump, I saw them again. Two small piles of needles, crude figures facing each other. Someone had made them recently. The color was fresh, still greenish at the base. I crouched, photographed them, and this time disturbed one with a stick. Underneath, the soil was damp, cool, as if shaded for days. I decided to hike another half-mile upriver just to clear my head. The trail curved along the creek, narrow and uneven. I moved quickly, almost angry at myself for reacting. The rational part of me demanded evidence. A person, footprints, any human sign. Eventually I found what I wanted: a set of prints near a fallen log. Boot trees, not mine. They led toward the water and vanished at the gravel bank. Relief and unease tangled together. Proof of a hiker meant there was nothing supernatural, yet it also meant someone had indeed been close enough to watch. I snapped more photos, marked GPS coordinates, and turned back. When I reached the truck, I locked the doors and sat a moment before starting the engine. Through the windshield, sunlight blinked off the chrome mirror, and, for a heartbeat, I thought I saw movement in the trees beyond the turnout. A figure, maybe. My pulse spiked. I blinked. The space was empty again. By the time I reached town, the image had already started to dissolve into imagination. That night I printed the photos, spread them across my kitchen table. The figures, the boot prints, the smooth ground near my tent, evidence of something human. That much I could defend, but not the pattern. In every frame, the figures seemed arranged in rough circles, always facing the same direction, east, toward morning. I didn't notice the faint smear until later, on the edge of the final print. A blurry streak of brown like a fingerprint pressed into resin. I held it under the lamp. Pine sap, sticky and sweet, smelling. I hadn't touched any trees that day. Sleep didn't come easily. I dreamt of standing in the forest, surrounded by tall trunks that leaned subtly inward. The ground shifted, breathing under me. When I woke, my bedsheet was gritty with something. In the half-light I saw a scattering of pine needles across the blanket, brittle and dry. I sat frozen, then forced myself to sweep them into a plastic bag. Logic lined up quickly. Maybe they'd been caught in my hair or pack and fallen out overnight. Ordinary transfer. But when I turned the bed over, I realized they were damp. I called in sick. The next day, Dean stopped by. He knocked twice, then let himself in when I didn't answer right away. "You look pale," he said, scanning the clutter of maps and printouts on my table. "You okay?" I lied. He glanced at the plastic bag. "You cataloging samples?" I hesitated. "Something like that." He laughed softly. You need a break, Moran. You've been solo too much. Take the weekend off. After he left, I threw the bag into the outside bin and sealed the lid tight. Then I cleaned every corner of the house, vacuumed twice, opened windows until sunlight felt normal again. By evening, the calm almost convinced me. I made tea, watched the sky dim. When I stepped onto the porch, the air smelled faintly of pitch, sharp and sweet, like crushed needles. A low wind passed through, barely stirring the shrubs. At the edge of the drive, the gravel looked different, smooth in patches, freshly disturbed in others. I went still. Tiny needle figures dotted the surface, maybe 20 of them, arranged in a loose arc from the mailbox toward the steps. Each pointed the same way, to the front door. My breath shortened. The street lamp flickered once and steadied. I knelt, touched one. It was cool, slightly damp. Even though the day had been hot. I backed up slowly, entered the house, locked the door. That night I couldn't bring myself to turn off the lights. Every creak of the floorboards felt like the forest breathing in again. I sat at the kitchen table until sunrise, waiting for logic to reassert itself. At dawn, when I finally opened the blinds, the driveway was clean. No figures, no trace of movement. For a moment I wondered if I'd imagined it all. Then I noticed the faint trail of pine needles on the porch boards, leading up to the threshold, and stopping exactly where my footprints began. The forest hadn't followed me, I told myself. I had brought it here. The human mind craves symmetry. It wants a beginning, a middle, a clean end. For a week, I tried to shape one for myself. Something tidy enough to explain what happened and leave it there. But each time I convinced myself it was over. Something small unsettled that balance again. It started with the sound. A faint ticking. Like dry needles sliding down siding, sometimes at dawn, sometimes at dusk. Always brief, always gone before I could find the cause. I told myself the source was the pine near the property line. Neighbor's tree, leaning over my fence. The wind could shake loose debris. Easy. Logical. But the sound came even on still mornings, when the air hung flat as glass. By Thursday I'd had enough. I called Dean. Said I wanted to go back to Bitterroot, just for the day, to document the site properly and confirm vandalism. He hesitated, asked if I was sure. I said I needed closure. He didn't argue. I left before sunrise. The road into the mountains looked the same, though I noticed fresh tire ruts partway up. Not mine. The thought that someone else might be up there steadied me more than it frightened me. Evidence of other people felt like proof of reality. At the first turnout, I stopped and stepped out. The air smelled of sun, warmed resin and dust. No strange figures, no damp patches. Just the hum of cicadas. I parked near the old trailhead and shouldered my pack. The forest greeted me with its usual quiet rhythm. The pulse of insects, the soft chuff of wind through long needles. For the first few miles, everything looked unchanged. Fallen branches, deer sign, an occasional beer can. I marked coordinates, recorded a few trail washouts. My breathing eased into its usual cadence. When I reached site Phase 17, the one from that first night, the clearing was smaller than I remembered. The pines loomed higher, shadows darker. I found the old fire ring, half filled with ash. The ground near where I'd pitched my tent was smooth, covered in new needlefall. I crouched, sifted through the top layer. Dry, crisp, nothing damp beneath. It was, I thought, just a campsite, ordinary as any other. Still, I took photos, samples, notes. Routine helped. Structure meant control. I stayed there an hour, moving methodically until the silence pressed too close again. Then I decided to walk down to the creek before heading back. The path wound between narrow trunks, steep in places. I could hear the water before I saw it. At the bend, I stopped. Someone had been there recently. A section of bank was disturbed, fresh boot prints clear in the mud. 2 sets. One small, possibly a woman's, and one larger, deeper, probably male. I crouched to study the treads. The larger print matched the pattern I'd seen with the needle figure at Site Fay 18. I looked upriver. Sunlight scattered off the current. No movement, no voices. I took photographs, measured distance between prints. They led from the trees to the edge of the creek and vanished into the water. None returned. That alone could have meant anything. A fisherman crossing, an animal packing out, a hiker rinsing boots. Except there were no exit marks on the opposite bank. I scanned the ground again and saw something I'd missed at first. A thin scatter of pine needles drifting across the mud. Not piles, just a faint trail leading upstream. I followed it 20 yards, maybe more. Then I saw the clearing. Small, irregular, half hidden by brush. In the center stood a structure, no taller than my knees, made entirely of stacked sticks and needles, like a crude lean-to. Inside it, resting on the ground, lay a single object, a folded piece of paper weighed down by a stone. I hesitated. The forest held its breath. Then I stepped forward, crouched, and lifted the stone. The paper was damp but intact. Writing covered one side in pencil. Jagged, hurried. "You are not the first. Leave them alone." The letters smeared at the edges, as though touched by rain or sweat. No signature. I felt a pulse of anger. At the intrusion, the childish warning tone. But beneath that, something colder. Whoever had been doing this wanted to be seen. I folded the note, slipped it into a specimen bag, and looked around once more. No figures, no hidden watcher. Just trees, still as I backed away. I couldn't shake the sense of being measured, like a weight shifting somewhere beyond sight. The hike back to the trailhead stretched longer than before. The sun dropped behind the ridge, light turning copper and then gray. I reached my truck near dusk. The lot was empty again. Before starting the engine, I glanced at the ground. A few stray needles clung to the dirt by my boots. Ordinary, I told myself. They're everywhere here. I drove the whole way back to Hamilton with the windows cracked, the smell of pine thick in the cab. That night I laid the note on my table under a lamp. The handwriting trembled slightly, letters pressed deep into the paper. I thought of reporting it, handing it over as evidence of harassment, but stopped. There was no threat, no name, nothing actionable. It would become one more strange anecdote in a file that already looked unstable. So I kept it. Days passed. The sounds quieted. No more needles on the porch, no figures in the gravel. I began to believe the cycle had ended, that whoever had been out there had moved on. Then, one afternoon, Dean called. "Got something odd at Site 17, he said. New campers reported small piles near the fire ring. You didn't leave anything out there, did you?" I closed my eyes. No. What kind of piles? Little figures. Human shape. Same thing you logged before. He paused. Round's been brushed clean around them, like someone swept it. No prints. Creepy as hell. He laughed softly, the way people do when they're trying to make light of something that isn't. I forced a chuckle. Probably kids again. "Yeah," he said, but his tone faltered. "Still, I'm pulling that section off the recreation list until we get it checked." Maybe move your next rotation west. Fine by me. After we hung up, I sat there a long time, staring at the phone. The window beside me reflected my face, faint against the late light. Outside, wind calmed through the neighbor's pine, scattering a few needles across the fence line. For weeks after, I avoided field work. Paperwork filled the gap. The memory of that forest dulled at the edges, like a scar smoothing with time. Then autumn came, and with it, the season's first storm. Rain drummed steady for hours. I slept deeply for the first time in months. In the morning, I stepped outside to the smell of wet earth and asphalt. The world felt rinsed clean. I walked to the end of the drive to drag the bin to the curb, and stopped. There, near the base of the mailbox, lay a small cluster of pine needles, fresh and dark from rain, shaped crudely into a figure lying flat, arms at its sides. I crouched, heart steady this time, almost resigned. The ground around it was smooth but not damp. No footprints, no tire marks, nothing. I waited for fear to come. It didn't. Just a hollow certainty, the same quiet understanding I'd felt that first night in the forest. The pattern would repeat until I stopped feeding it, so I left the figure where it lay. That day, I drafted my resignation letter. I told Dean I needed time away from field work, maybe indefinitely. He didn't argue. 2 months later, I moved east to Missoula, took a mapping job that kept me in an office. Apartment living suited me. Neutral smells, white walls, no soil to remember my steps. For a while, I forgot. Then one morning in late winter, as the sun rose weak through the blinds, I saw a shadow moving across the wall. Not a person, just a pattern of branches outside swaying. But the rhythm of it, the slow, repeated dipping motion, brought the forest back in an instant. I stood and pulled the curtain aside. The tree across the street wasn't a pine at all. It was a bare cottonwood, every branch clean of needles. The shadow kept moving, though the wind had stopped. I turned away and let the curtain fall. That was the last time I spoke about the Bitterroot sites. I never went back. The photos, the samples, even the note, I locked them in a metal drawer and stopped checking. The world outside those woods went on just fine without explanations, and maybe that's how it should stay. Sometimes, though, when I walk home at dusk and the air smells faintly of sap, I find myself glancing down at the pavement, half expecting to see small shapes in the gutter, tiny outlines pressed from dust and needles, pointing somewhere I've already been. They're never there, but I always look, and each time I do, I hear the faintest sound in the back of my mind, the soft, deliberate pad of falling pine needles, counting something only the forest remembers. My name is Evan Mercer, age 33, a field surveyor for a small environmental consulting firm based out of Portland, Oregon. I have always found an odd comfort in isolation, long drives through logging roads, nights under a thin sheet of nylon, with the florist pressing close. It's the kind of quiet that most people mistake for emptiness. But to me it's structure, every rustle. Every groan of wind through the firs carries its own logic. I had spent the last few years helping map trail erosion near Mount Hood. Yet despite hundreds of work trips into that country, I had never gone there alone for myself, without colleagues, without deadlines. Late in August last year, I decided to do exactly that. I planned a 3-day solo camp near the Salmon, Huckleberry Wilderness, on the southeast side of Mount Hood National Forest. My intent was simple. Hike 6 miles in from the trailhead, set up near a tributary of the Salmon River, and test some new ultralight gear I'd been curious about. I kept everything by the book. Filed a trip plan with my office, texted coordinates to my sister in Bend, checked the weather, clear with mild winds, and packed enough supplies for an extra night in case the terrain slowed me. Nothing about it felt reckless. The trailhead was quiet when I arrived just past noon. A single pickup was parked beside mine, an older Ford coated with dust and pine needles. The air smelled like sun-baked pitch and moss. I noted its license plate out of habit, a routine I'd formed after years of backcountry work where knowing who else was out there could matter. Then I locked my car, shouldered my pack, and stepped into the timber. The forest absorbed sound in that heavy, late summer way. The canopy stitched tight enough that sunlight broke only in coins across the trail. At roughly 2 miles in, I passed a weathered Forest Service notice stapled to a cedar. Bridge out. Ahead, use caution. The lettering had faded almost to beige. I had already planned to camp before that crossing, so I pressed on, letting the rhythm of boots and breath set in. By late afternoon, I reached a small bench above the creek. Flat ground, old fire ring, just enough distance from the trail to stay unseen. Textbook site. I dropped my pack, pitched the tent, and went to gather water. That's when I noticed the first thing that didn't sit right. Downstream, wedged among boulders, was a dented blue cooler. It looked fresh, no algae, no sun bleaching. I figured someone must have stashed it recently. Maybe a careless group too lazy to pack it out. Still, the sight pulled at me. It wasn't on any path, and dragging it there would have meant crossing rough terrain. I climbed down to inspect it. Inside were a few warm cans of beer, a melted block of ice in a gallon bag, and a damp tea, shirt balled in the corner. No smell of rot, no food waste. Just odd. The shirt was plain gray, medium-sized, tag shredded. I set everything back exactly as I found it, made a mental note, and returned to camp. People lose or abandon in the woods all the time. That's the rational truth. But I kept glancing toward the creek as evening fell, half expecting movement. By dusk, the forest changed character. Day sounds, the cicadas, the light chatter of jays, faded into stillness broken only by the water's low hiss. I ate a freeze-dried meal, logged GPS notes in my small field book, and checked my cell signal. None, as expected. The sky deepened from violet to ink. I doused the fire early. Solo trips make you more conservative with light and noise. Around 10, I heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate crunches through duff and gravel somewhere beyond the trees. I froze, every nerve tuning in. They weren't animal steps, too measured, too heavy. I flicked on my headlamp, its beam cutting a thin tunnel between trunks. Nothing moved. I called out, "Hey there." "Hello." No answer. The steps stopped. I waited, counting breaths. Silence. A minute passed, then another. I forced myself to breathe normally, reminding my brain how sound travels weirdly here. Echoes bounce, branches fall, deer step like men when you're tense enough. After 5 minutes, I heard the creek again, and convinced myself it had just been shifting water, or maybe a stray hiker heading back late. Still, I slept with my knife within reach. Morning light came pale and cold despite the forecast. Everything looked untouched. No footprints near the tent, no scuffs on the trail. I packed a day bag and hiked upstream, following the creek toward a mapped waterfall I'd wanted to see. The woods grew denser there, dominated by old hemlock and vine maple. About a mile in, I saw another cooler. Red this time. wedged under a log as if someone had hidden it intentionally. This one was empty except for a single wet towel. I stood there longer than I should have, trying to piece together a pattern that refused to make sense. Maybe a group had cached gear along the creek for a cleanup project. But there were no markings, no ropes, nothing to signal official use. I took a quick photo with my phone for later reference and moved on. The falls were smaller than the topo map implied, more of a slide over polished basalt, but beautiful nonetheless. I lingered, ate lunch, recorded temperature and water clarity notes out of habit. When I finally turned back mid-afternoon, the wind had picked up, carrying that dry, dusty scent of sun on bark. Somewhere in the distance, a branch snapped, sharp, close. "All right," I muttered to no one, half laughing. Enough wilderness ambience. I reached camp near 5. Nothing disturbed. Yet as I crouched to relight my stove, I noticed boot prints near the fire ring. 2 sets, both larger than mine, both fresh. The soil there had been dry when I left. Now it was compacted with distinct heel edges. Whoever it was had stood for a while, maybe watching the creek. My stomach tightened. Human presence out here isn't inherently dangerous, but it changes everything. Solitude stops being peaceful the moment it becomes uncertain. I scanned for more tracks, none leading in or out, as if the person had vanished at the site's edge. Impossible, but that's how the forest works, ground too firm. Pine needles masking exit paths. I sat on a rock, weighing options. Hike out tonight, 6 miles in the dark, or stay put and leave first light. Fatigue argued for staying, logic insisted otherwise. I compromised by packing most gear, leaving just the tent and essentials, ready to move fast if needed. Then I kept a small fire burning low, its smoke curling thin into the canopy. At sunset, distant thunder rolled across the ridge. Dry lightning storms had been forecast inland, but they rarely reached this far west. I felt the first drop hit my hand around 8, then another. I zipped the tent, laid my headlamp beside me, and listened as rain built from patter to steady drumming. Sleep came in fragments. Around midnight, I woke to muffled voices. 2, maybe 3, speaking low across the creek. I couldn't make out words, just the rhythm. Short exchanges, pauses, occasional laughter too soft to carry clearly. My pulse hammered. I eased up to peer through the mesh, but the rain blurred everything into silver motion. After several minutes, the voices stopped. The forest reset to its wet hush. I waited another half hour before drifting again, though sleep isn't the right word. It was more like shutting my eyes to keep my nerves from fraying completely. At dawn, the rain had passed. Mist clung to the undergrowth, and every leaf dripped in unison. I stepped out, scanning the opposite bank. That's when I saw smoke. Thin, rising from behind a cluster of firs, maybe 100 yards downstream. Someone had made a fire there. I called out, louder this time. "Morning."
Hello, no response.
The smoke wavered but held steady. I grabbed my pack, left the tent standing, and followed the creek until I reached the spot. The fire was real. A small pit lined with stones, still smoldering, surrounded by wet footprints. But there was no gear, no tarp, nothing else. Beside the fire sat another cooler. Green. Its lid was missing. Inside were scraps of duct tape and what looked like torn labels from bottled water. One corner was stained dark, maybe from soil, maybe not. I didn't touch it. Something about the arrangement felt deliberate, almost staged. Each cooler closer to my camp than the last. I forced myself to think methodically. Maybe a group marking survey points. though the Forest Service doesn't use personal coolers. Maybe hunters catching supplies for elk season, though that was weeks away. The simplest explanation still didn't feel simple enough. I backed away, following my own tracks, heart hammering against the rhythm of dripping branches. The tent appeared through the trees like a pale ghost, its fabric still damp. I packed it in silence, cinched the straps tight, and checked my compass. The trailhead lay southwest. As I started out, a noise came from upslope. Brush parting, quick footsteps retreating. I turned, scanning. Nothing but green and shadow. That was the moment I realized I hadn't seen a single person since leaving the car. Not one hiker, not one camper, not even distant voices except last night's. Yet someone, or several someones, had been moving near me. I tightened the chest strap, adjusted the pack weight forward, and began the long hike out, every sound now amplified. The squeak of wet boots, the creak of straps, the whisper of trees rubbing high above. Rationality was still intact, but it had teeth. And somewhere behind me, the creak carried the faint, hollow clunk of plastic bumping against stone, like a cooler lid drifting downstream. The rain stopped fully by the time I'd cleared the first half-mile, but the forest still dripped, every branch flicking cold drops against my jacket. I kept my pace brisk, glancing back more often than was useful. Nothing moved. The silence was thick in that way, that makes your hearing strain for patterns, waiting for confirmation of fear. It wasn't until I reached the small ridge above the creek that I noticed the fog. It had rolled in low and sudden, pale bands threading through the firs like smoke. Visibility dropped to maybe 50 feet. The air grew colder, flatter. Every sound compressed. The normal distance between foreground and background gone. I stopped to rest and listen. No more footsteps, no voices. Just the steady runoff of water in the gullies below. The tension that had held all night still hadn't released. It sat under my ribs like weight. I decided not to eat or stop for long. Just push straight for the trailhead and reassess there. At roughly 3 miles in, I reached the notice board where I'd first seen the "Bridge out ahead" sign. The lettering seemed even fainter now, as if moisture had finally bled it to ghosts. I was almost relieved. It meant I was getting close. The ridge flattened, then dipped into a small meadow where ferns grew waist-high. I slowed to catch my breath, and saw something that stopped me entirely. Half hidden among the ferns was a folding chair. Cheap aluminum frame, faded fabric, the kind people keep in truck beds for fishing. It was placed neatly facing the trail, as if waiting. The fabric was still damp but unspotted, meaning it hadn't been sitting long. I scanned the clearing. No vehicle noise, no gear nearby. My pulse thudded against the silence. It wasn't impossible. Hunters, surveyors, even vandals could leave things like this. But after the coolers, after the footprints, it landed wrong. Like an echo of attention. I walked a slow circle, checking for tracks. Nothing clear. The soil here was heavy with needles and moss, unwilling to give prints. I touched the chair, cold, not icy. Then I did something I still question. I tipped it over, flat against the ground. Something about leaving it upright felt like acceptance. From there, I pushed faster. The fog thickened, curling against my shoulders like breath. My internal compass insisted. I was heading the right direction, but every bend in the trail looked too similar. I took out my GPS to confirm coordinates. Battery at 47%, but signal fine. The arrow pointed southwest, matching memory. Still, it felt like I'd been walking longer than distance should allow. A movement behind me snapped my focus. Just a flicker between trunks, grailed on breath. I stopped, held my breath. For a second, nothing. Then, the faintest sound. A branch flexing under weight. Hello. My voice broke the air, harsher than I intended. Silence again. The fog absorbed it completely. I started backing up a few steps, eyes fixed on a space where I'd seen motion. A jay screamed somewhere upslope, and I nearly jumped. The rational part of my brain argued for animal. A deer, maybe an elk, startled and silent now. But the rhythm of that branch bending had been too. Beat, deliberate. I turned and started moving again, faster now. The trail widened near the next bend, and for the first time since leaving camp, I saw clear boot prints other than my own. Fresh ones. Maybe half an hour old judging by the sharp edges. Deep heel, flat toe, size large. Headed the same way as me. I crouched to check them. Definitely recent. The mud hadn't crusted yet. That meant someone had been ahead, not behind, unless they'd passed while I broke at the ridge. Either way, I wasn't alone. The thought brought a flicker of relief. Proof that I wasn't imagining things. But it also tightened the unease into something sharper. I followed the prints for about a quarter mile before they vanished into gravel. My GPS chirped a low battery warning. 42%. I ignored it. The forest began to thin, sunlight, or something like it, glowed faintly through the fog. Then I smelled smoke again. Not campfire. Cigarette. I stopped dead. The scent drifted light and unmistakable, tinged with that chemical burn of damp tobacco. The sound of running water lay ahead, maybe the bridge area. I crouched behind a fallen log and waited. Within a minute, faint footfalls approached. Soft, rhythmic, boots on wet earth. A man emerged through the mist, maybe 40 yards ahead. Tan jacket, dark jeans, large backpack. He wasn't looking around. Just walking steady down the trail, cigarette in his right hand. I could see the glow when he lifted it. He passed my hiding spot without pause, the smoke trailing thin behind him. I waited until it was at least 50 yards ahead before standing. My first impulse was to call out, to make contact, confirm he was just another hiker. But something in his stride made me hesitate. Too fast for someone sightseeing, too slow for someone hiking to exit before weather. I couldn't tell if he'd noticed me or not. Still, it meant I wasn't the only one out here. That should have been grounding. It wasn't. I followed at distance, keeping him in occasional sight. Twice I lost him in the fog, then picked him up again where the trail bent. By the time I reached the junction where the path forked toward the trailhead, he was gone entirely. The parking lot appeared through the trees about 20 minutes later. My truck sat where I'd left it. The other pickup, the dusty Ford, was still there too, though now it looked recently disturbed. The layer of pine needles on its windshield had been swept clean, and one of its doors hung ajar. I froze at the edge of the lot. The cigarette smell was back, faint but real. I called, forcing normal tone. Anyone here? No answer. Only the faint ticking of cooling metal from my own truck. I approached the Ford slowly. The interior was a mess. Fast, food wrappers, empty beer cans, a few tools scattered on the seat. Nothing that screamed danger, but the driver's window was half rolled down, and the keys sat in the ignition. A chill passed through me that had nothing to do with temperature. Every rule I'd ever learned said, "Don't touch." So I didn't. I backed away, scanning the tree line. The fog had thinned slightly, revealing the road winding down toward Highway 26. My plan then was simple. drive to the nearest ranger station, report what I'd seen, maybe file it as suspicious, but non-urgent. That's how you process unease into procedure. I threw my pack into the bed, started the truck, and exhaled for the first time in what felt like hours. As I pulled onto the gravel road, I checked the rearview mirror. The Ford remained motionless. 2 miles down, the forest closed in again, and the fog thickened anew. My headlights barely reached past the first bend. Then, from behind, another set of lights appeared. Far back at first, then closer, their beam cutting through the mist. A truck. I slowed slightly. The lights did the same. I sped up. They matched. I told myself it was coincidence. The road had few exits, and anyone leaving ahead would be behind me naturally. But the rhythm, speed slow, match, grew too precise. At one sharp curve, I pulled over to let them pass. They didn't. The other vehicle slowed to a crawl behind me, idling just out of clear sight. "All right," I whispered, gripping the wheel. "We're doing this then." I hit the gas. The road jolted under the tires, gravel spitting out behind. My headlights caught a deer for half a heartbeat before it bounded away. When I glanced in the mirror again, the other lights were gone. Just blank fog. I drove another 5 minutes before pulling over at a small turnout near a creek crossing. My hands shook against the steering wheel. I listened. No engines. No voices. Nothing but the constant, quiet breath of the woods. It took nearly 10 more miles before I saw another sign of civilization. A ranger substation near Rhododendron. The kind with an empty kiosk and map display. I parked under the sodium lamp, climbed out, and tried to steady myself. My nerves were shredded. Rationally, I'd been followed on a public road. Emotionally, I couldn't shake the sense that I'd been targeted. I used the station's landline to call the Clackamas County non-emergency number. The dispatcher was calm, efficient. She asked if there was immediate danger. I said no, just an encounter that didn't feel right. Unidentified man on trail, possible trespass. Abandoned coolers. She took notes, promised to send a ranger to check the area, and suggested I wait until someone arrived if I still felt unsafe. I waited 40 minutes. No one came. A rain shower started again, steady and fine. I sat in the truck with the windows fog, watching drops distort the empty parking lot. The relief I'd expected didn't arrive. It was replaced by something quieter but heavier. Awareness. When I finally pulled back onto the highway toward Portland, dawn had fully broken. The clouds hung low over Mount Hood's shoulder, turning its slopes a bruised gray. Traffic was light. My body ached in that way fear turns into fatigue. I told myself I'd file a proper report later that week, maybe even return with colleagues to mark coordinates of the sites. But the truth is, I didn't. The GPS stayed powered off in my glove box. The photos I took of the red cooler, the footprints, I deleted them the next morning. For days after, small sounds in my apartment would jolt me awake. The hum of the refrigerator, the pipes settling, footsteps from the upstairs neighbor. My brain kept trying to assign each one a distance, a direction. That's what the forest trains you to do. Map sound into presence. 3 nights later, I found pine needles on the floor of my truck's back seat. Dry, clean, freshly broken. My gear had been unloaded days before. I vacuumed them up, told myself they'd fallen from my pack. I've repeated that logic every time something hasn't fit since. The first week back in Portland felt like returning from another language. Everything was too bright, too near. My apartment windows, overlooked a strip of Division Street that never slept. Buses, bar chatter, the hum of neon. But after Mount Hood, it all sounded distant, like a recording slightly out of sync. I kept expecting the forest silence to slip back in, that heavy pause between every sound. It didn't. Instead, I got a kind of echo. Memories without images, only weight. I told myself to normalize. Routine helps. Work helps. So I threw myself into catch-up reports, double-booked client calls, even volunteered for weekend field checks closer to the city. But whenever I opened a topo map or a GPS log, my eyes found the Salmon, Huckleberry region first. My body would tighten before my mind could stop it. By Thursday, I gave in to logic and made an official call. The Clackamas Ranger District Office patched me through to a woman named Harris, middle-aged, friendly, methodical. She took my description of the coolers, the footprints, the man smoking on the trail. She asked for coordinates. I read them off from memory. She typed while I talked, the clack of keys steady as rain. When I finished, she said, "We had a few minor reports of trespassers near that drainage last fall. Nothing criminal. You didn't engage, right?" "No," I said. "Didn't get close." "Good. Sometimes it's just squatters, sometimes hunters camping out early. We'll send a field tech when the weather clears. Thank you for letting us know." Her tone was practiced, reassuring, efficient. It worked in the moment. But when I hung up, the unease didn't fade. It deepened. Because what she described, squatters, hunters, nothing criminal, should have comforted me. Instead, it landed like an unfinished sentence. That night, I dreamed of water. Not rivers or creeks, but runoff, trickling under a tent floor, seeping through seams no matter how tightly I zipped them. I woke to the sound of rain on the window. Real rain. Portland's autumn had started. The next morning, on my way to the office, I stopped for gas. When I reached for my wallet from the passenger seat, I noticed something wedged under the floor mat. A small torn sticker, the kind peeled from bottled water. The logo was faded, but I recognized the brand instantly. It was the same kind I'd seen shredded inside the green cooler. I stared at it for a long time. Rational mind, it could have come from anywhere. Bottled water's generic. The probability was meaningless. I threw it away and drove on, pretending the knot in my chest was just caffeine. The week blurred into small routines. Calls errands, dinners reheated and half-eaten. I tried to talk myself into a version of calm, but my apartment felt less like home each night. The smallest sound started triggering old reflexes. Pausing mid-step to listen. Scanning corners before turning lights on. On Saturday, my sister, Anna, called. She'd seen one of my old trip photos online. A panoramic shot of the Salmon River, canyon I'd posted years ago. "Thinking of heading up that way next month," she said. "Still as quiet as you remember?" My throat tightened. "Quieter," I said. "Too quiet." "You mean peaceful. You should come." "I don't think I'm ready for that stretch yet." "Since when do you skip trail time?" she teased. I didn't answer. She let the silence hang, then shifted to talk about her kids, work, small things. But my mind stayed stuck on her phrasing. "You should come." It triggered an image I hadn't wanted to. That cigarette ember in the fog, the silent man walking the same trail, unhurried, certain. That evening I couldn't resist. I powered up the GPS again. The screen lit blue, a familiar grid. My last saved coordinates were still there, though I'd sworn I'd cleared them. I scrolled to check, each marker labeled by timestamp. The final one, the point from my camp, now showed a new note I hadn't entered. FNESB. I froze. The entry time was dated 2 days after I'd left Mount Hood. I sat there staring until the battery icon blinked red. My fingers hovered over the delete button, but something in me refused to touch it, as if doing so would confirm the possibility that someone else had the same device, the same file. Instead, I powered it down again and slid it back into the drawer. By Monday, my chest had that constant hum of adrenaline. I needed to confirm reality. I told myself a small, logical step: drive to the ranger office in person. Ask if they'd sent anyone to check the site. Tangible evidence would reset everything. The office sat near Zigzag, a squat brown building with faded Forest Service logos. A ranger about my age met me in the lobby. Tag read L. Forbes. I explained my earlier call with Harris, asked if any follow-up had happened. He pulled up a record on his desktop and scrolled. Looks like a field unit went out last week, he said. Didn't find anything unusual. No camping debris, no coolers. Trails clear. No coolers. He shook his head. If there were any, they're gone now. We usually see that stuff after storms, washed downstream, buried under branches. It was plausible. Completely plausible. Still, hearing it said aloud made my stomach drop. Do you know who filed the report? I asked. He looked back at the screen. Says Harris logged it. But funny, she's out on leave this month. Hadn't seen her in weeks. I didn't say anything. Just nodded, thanked him, and walked out into the parking lot. The mountain air felt thinner there, metallic somehow. My truck looked smaller than it should have. On the windshield was a fine layer of dust, except for one clear streak. 3 finger marks dragging downward from the top edge. I stood there longer than I'd admit, staring at the prints until wind erased them with a scatter of pine needles. The drive home was a blur. Back in the city, traffic folded me into its noise again, but my mind kept replaying those 3 lines. Pressure marks, not smears. Someone had wiped fog, not dust. I told no one. You start to realize how fragile credibility is once you question your own sequence of events. 2 weeks later, a small envelope arrived in my mailbox. No return address. Postmarked from Gresham. Inside was a single printed photo of my campsite, shot from across the creek. You could see my tent, the ridge, the fallen log where I'd gathered water. The image was grainy, probably zoomed from a distance. The back of the photo had a date scrawled in pen, 8/23. That was the day after I'd left. I sat on the couch holding it until my hands hurt. Every rational explanation lined up again: trail cameras, leftover memory cards, prank, coincidence. But the fact that it had arrived weeks later, anonymously, reduced all those theories to dust. I didn't call the police. What would I say? That someone mailed me a photograph of public land. There's nothing illegal about that. Nothing provable. That night I locked every door. Slept on the couch with the TV's blue light spilling over the room. Around 3 a.m., I woke to a soft tapping at the window. 3 taps. I froze, lungs empty. The noise didn't repeat. When I finally looked, the street was empty, wet with drizzle. Probably a branch, maybe a neighbor's blinds. The logical answer sat right there, waiting to be chosen. I forced myself back to sleep. Morning came like it always does, ordinary, anticlimactic. But the sense of being observed never left. It's not paranoia exactly. Its pattern recognition stretched too far. I changed apartments a month later. Moved to a complex with cameras in the hallway, streetlights outside. I got rid of most of my gear, kept only a single day pack for short hikes. Every now and then, I still drive east on 26, out past Sandy, past the turnoff for Timberline. I tell myself I'm just going for air, but I always slow near the forest line, scanning the ridges where fog sits like breath. A few months ago, at a rest stop near Government Camp, I saw a familiar blue cooler sitting beside the dumpster. Same dent on the lid. Inside, just crushed beer cans and water bottles, nothing identifying. I almost laughed. Almost. I left it there. These days, when people ask if I still camp, I say yes. It's simpler than explaining why my hands tremble whenever I hear water moving unseen, why I double-check every footprint that isn't mine. The truth is, I do still go. Once in a while. Small, crowded campgrounds, short trails, daylight only. Because if I stop completely, the forest wins. But I haven't gone back to Mount Hood. And every so often, on nights when the city quiets just enough, I think I hear it again. The hollow clunk of plastic against stone, carried faintly beneath all the noise.